Yeah. You in Franschoek, wherever you are across the globe. Special word of welcome to our visitors or our viewers from Australia and Wales. Our format changes in this tournament. The first 2 days dedicated to T20 international cricket, and now we double up and we go towards 45 overs per side. Australia against Wales. And Australia won the toss and they decided to bat first. It's a beautiful batting strip. And no surprise to see that Australia wants to have first use with bat in hand. Hopefully a very entertaining game. Australia would have wanted to regroup. They were disappointing against the USA in the second T20 fixture that they lost, and they lost that convincingly. So they would have wanted to regroup, re-strategize, and runs on the board always welcome. Slightly delayed start. Cloudy conditions for our international community. Franschoek is located approximately 15 kilometers from Paarl and about 50 kilometers from Cape Town. Depends on what direction you travel. So it's nice to take the Over-55 international tournament across the Cape. 4 fixtures being played, and our focus then is on Wales and Australia. 22 degrees currently, and a maximum of 25 degrees predicted for the day, but there's also the possibility of some rain, but only later on. Well, we'll see what happens. It is pretty threatening at the moment, but hopefully the weather stays fair, and rain predicted for around 6 o'clock local time. We'll make it bigger. The picture. Darren Rasmussen and Paul Bennett is over there. That's a lovely cut shot. The first runs on the board for Australia comes in the form of a boundary, an attractive square cut for 4 by Darren Rasmussen. Australia have been here for quite some time. They played in a test match against the South African Rhinos, and Rasmussen, who's on strike currently, did his knee and went to the medical facility. They patched him up and they showed him how to adjust his knee. And he was telling me the story before play started of how he's become his own physiotherapist away from home. Quite a funny story, which I'm sure you'll appreciate. 55 plus, and some real legends on show. If you are in the area, follow the tournament, and for those in and around Franschoek Fall area, come and watch some 55 over international cricket. Gavin Rodway has been impressive in the T20 format, bowls with some good pace. I say that and the keeper stands up, but he bowls a very disciplined line and length. Difficult customer to deal with. Captain of Wales is Matt Phillips. And for Australia, Clint Kebble. Again, forces Rasmussen onto the back foot. Good tidy start this for Australia. Outstanding umpires, both from South Africa, Chris Ruiz and Rian Barkhuizen. Chris is 44 and Rian is 45. I'm sure they won't mind me giving away their ages. Chris is a qualified engineer. That's short and cut away. There's a third man in place, but he won't cut it off. So 2 boundaries in this first over. Gavin Rodway just that's slightly short, and it's going to sit up and cut away beautifully by Darren Rasmussen, who doubles his score. He's on to 8. Chris Ruiz, an engineer by trade, and Rian Barkhuizen is in IT specialist. Format, despite the late start, still 45 overs per side. The first 15 overs, you allowed 3 players out of the inner circle. The second session, 16 overs, 16 to 30, you can drop an extra fielder out of the inner circle, so 4. And then overs 31 to 45, a maximum of 5 fielders allowed outside the circle. For our viewers that joined slightly later, one of the oldest cricket clubs Groot Drakenstein, and the pitch next to where they are playing currently is the oldest strip in South Africa. But they saved this pitch specifically for this fixture, so it's fresh. It's a beauty. I went to have a look at it. Yes, it's greenish, but it's flat. There's no indentations. It's a beautiful batting strip. So run scoring should be at the order of the day. Now, therefore, also just tells you why Australia decided to put pads on after they won the toss. First it was done, 8 on the board. Will give Paul Bennett an opportunity then to face his first delivery. In a losing cause against the USA in the T20 format, he stood out. He really batted extremely well. There's good knock under the belt. Momentum is always key, even if you do carry it into a different format. Wales back-to-back wins in the T20 format. They beat the USA and then they beat Zimbabwe as well. So they're unbeaten in this week. The name of Malik Matrasinghe appear on the right bottom corner. So he's got his wide brim hat on. I don't know if he'll bowl with his hat on. It looks like he's going to do exactly that. Going through a warm-up pace, and I'm sure he'll take off the wide brim. There we go. Right on cue. So Malik Madrasinghe, born in Sri Lanka. I spoke to him in the T20 format, grew up and took a liking to the likes of Kumar Sangakkara, built his game on that. Took a wicket with his first ball when he played against the West Indies. So he's a very talented all-rounder. Played a part with the bat in the T20 format, now asked to open the bowling. Really lovely to have so many international visitors to South Africa. And also a special shout out to those watching in Wales and in Australia. Right on the money. Malik Madrasinghe will give you very little. 75 appearances for Wales. A very experienced. The two players out that Wales are employing as a third man and a square cover. Well, just in front of square on the boundary, right in front of my commentary position. So you'll have a static view throughout the course of the morning. There's a clip in play. I'll try and paint the picture as best possible to give you the wider view. Oh, that's beat him outside off stump. Played for it. Paul Bennett. Credit to Madrasinghe. He's asking the right question. Tight on off stump, that fourth stump line. Keeper is Jason Fing. Continues to just be outside that off stump line, asking Paul Bennett to have a little go, have a sort of a think outside off stump. Does he want to put the bat out, leave the bat out to dry? It's early days, can take your time. It's very different to the T20 format where you don't have much time to settle. That's excellent from Matrasinghe. He's going to start with 6 dots, and that's a maiden. 8 without the loss of a wicket. Australia batting first. Darren Rasmussen on 8. Paul Bennett still to get off the mark. Excellent opening salvo for Matrasinghe. Weather changed in the last week or so, and very warm conditions, especially last week. Temperatures in this region touched on the sort of 45, 46 degrees. And thankfully, the players will welcome the overhead conditions, especially Wales. I think they'll be more accustomed to it. Looking forward to a good day of cricket. That's on the pads. Goes towards the vacant fine leg area. Very fast outfield, but it's not going to have enough legs. They'll convert it into three. Very good running and well appreciated by the dugout team environment. Umpire just moves back into position. So that's 3 runs added to the tally. Rodway just offline at the moment. That's much better. Just pushes the length back slightly, but work into the gap. So Bennett is off the mark. Bit of information on the man that's bowling. Gavin took up cricket in 1980 following a visit of the West Indian cricket players to Riscatton Primary School, who showed him how to bowl with a water-filled tennis ball. There's a little storyline for you. Unfortunately, as life throws some curveballs at you, Gavin took a break from cricket at the age of 16 due to a family move and also a serious motorcycle accident before he returned to the game at the age of 22. And that's going to be another boundary. So Rodway just leaking runs at the moment. That'll be slightly concerning for Wales. The squad number 98. Rasmussen, you won't see it, but he's under the helmet, but he has a very pronounced beard. If he stays there for a prolonged period and he maybe puts a cap on when the spinners are on, I'm sure you'll see that and appreciate it if he's batting. But he's on to 15, Paul Bennett on 1. First movement, first move from Darren Rasmussen was forward and then just transferred the weight beautifully onto the back foot and he gets another single. He's on to 16, Paul Bennett on 1. So Rodway's over again, just slightly expensive now. 9 off it, 17 his analysis, and he's conceded all the runs that's on the board. Bennett goes on the charge. He anticipated the run, and normally the player on strike, if it's in front of square, it will be the call of the striker. But you need your non-striker to oblige and feel that there is a runner. Thankfully, from an Australian point of view, the call of no was quick, gave Bennett an opportunity to turn back. A good start for Australia. 3 overs gone, 17 on the board. So Steve Matarasinger bowls right-handed and he bats left-handed. So it's one of those storylines that you can't quite explain. I've always been fascinated by that, how you bat left-handed and you bowl right on medium pace. 5-wicket haul in that debut against the West Indies that I was alluding to, where he took a wicket with his first delivery. He's played club cricket from the age of 10. That's amazing. 10 years old, introduced to club cricket and still going. That one is just a nasty length. Rasmussen will get it away into the gap, and the captain of Wales needs to turn around and do the fielding. Ali Matarasinger has Had the privilege of playing at Lord's twice. He scored 72 on his first visit there. That was where the World Test Championship final took place between South Africa and Australia. That was won by South Africa. Referred to as the home of cricket, Lords. And Bennett has been to two over 50 World Cups, the 2023 edition in Cape Town, and then the one in Colombo in Sri Lanka in 2025. He'll always come at you, very fit, athletic. Dark sky is over it. So again, I'll try and give you the full picture as you watch the screen. Much cooler than what we've been accustomed to in the last couple of weeks. It is the change of season in South Africa as it is abroad. And we're heading into our autumn period, winter period. The Cape region, synonymous with cold weather and rain. So we have rain and the cold in winter. Where the northern parts of South Africa, they get their rainfall in the summer months. Beautiful part of South Africa is the Franschoek area, tourist destination, lovely wine farms, great schools, big rugby schools for our international community, Australia and Wales. They play their rugby as well, but you'll know the names if I give it to you. The Paul Gymnasiums, Paul Boys High, that's about 20 kilometers away. Paul Rus Gymnasium, that's all in this vicinity. And then in Cape Town, you have the likes of Bishops and Sachs, Wynberg, very good rugby schools, and the local winter sports season has officially commenced. 19 without the loss of a wicket. Rasmussen on 17, Bennett on 2. Another tidy over from Malit Madhurasinghe. If you do pick up a bit of a noise in the background, I would like to apologize. We've had a power outage in this area. So it is a generator that you will be hearing. It's not an annoying lawnmower that someone is not putting in a garage. So we work with what we have. So hopefully it's not too disturbing, but if it does come through, I do apologize. But for us to bring this game to you, we need to tap into the generator to be able to bring this broadcast to you wherever you are. Again, just slightly straighter and onto the pads, tapped away for one by Paul Bennett. Rasmussen onto the front foot, lovely drive, but he can't beat Middle, who's in the circle. So with Gavin Rodway just missing his length and being slightly short outside off stump on occasion, they've pushed back a backward point onto the boundary as well. There's another drive straight to the fielder. Encouragement, words of encouragement coming from the Australia team that's positioned on my left. Just saying, good Raz, good Raz. So it goes by that nickname, Darren Rasmussen. So it's a third man on the fence and the backward point. That's the only two. That's a big shout And no, it's the first LBW appeal from Wales, and much better. Gavin Rodway is building up a period of pressure. Missed his mark in the first 2 overs. This is much tighter, much better, bringing Rasmussen forward. We're giving the ball an opportunity to swing because there is a solitary slip in play. You'll see the back of him as you watch the screen as he goes into a bent position. So that's the only catcher behind the stumps, bar the wicket keeper, of course. Rasmussen calls quickly. That's the key to that single. Very good. Rasmussen says, I want to get on at the other end. So that solitary slip that I'm referring to is a well-known name in South African circles, especially in the Western Cape. He played some of his club cricket here in Boland, which is the province where we are. Western Province and Boland close together, and also a good sporting rivalry. But the man I'm referring to is Mike Cam from Cardiff Cricket Club, but has played in South Africa, knows the Afrikaans language. Greeted some of the Afrikaans community this morning saying goeiemorgen, that means good morning. Lovely to have Mike Can back amongst all the visitors, all the teams that are playing today and doing duty in this international tournament. 21 without the loss of a wicket, so good start for Australia. That wickets column always important. And again, cricket is a momentum sport where, yes, different format, but they really fell apart against the USA. Not a good batting performance, and they would have gone back and said, you know what, we're better than this. And now winning the toss, you might call it a bit of a brave decision if you think back at the way they fell apart against the USA. But they said we trust our process and we want to put runs on the board. So Clint Kebble had no hesitation in saying that his team would bat first. Beautiful batting strip. Really credit to the ground staff who have done all the hard work. End of season pitches, but this is a beauty. Runs on the board, there's going to be lots of runs to be had. If you're willing to knuckle down and play the patience game up front, there's a lot of runs on offer this morning. Rasmussen faces up, cuts away aerial, finds the gap. The thing should get you. Long chase around the boundary. It is cut off by Welsh, but Rasmussen will get 2 more. First real Lucy from Madrasinga, where it was short and wide, width off it, and Rasmussen said, I'll have all of that. Still, the two fielders protecting the boundary is the third man, and that backward point area that came into play on that cut shot specifically. Fenn is doing a couple of field adjustments where they're saying that the runs conceded at the moment, more than the ones, talking about the multiples, the 2s and the 4s, that's come backward of point. So maybe strengthen and push back that fielder into a backward point, and then there's someone covering towards his right. So now Madrasinga brings Rasmussen forward, and he pushes not with too much tempo that allows him to push off for a quick single. So do they keep the same field placing for Paul Bennett? The answer is yes. The backward point is on the circle. And now he finds the edge. Little mini victory to Madrasinga. And that's where your opportunity lies. With the overhead conditions, new ball, you want to be fuller of a length rather than short. Pull the batter forward. You have a slip in play. And if you can move that ball just a touch towards the slips, you could even consider having a second or third slip in play. It's better lengths. Rasmussen thinks about one, but won't set off. Wise decision. Fielding was done by Mark Davies. He'll play a role with the ball. Another big shout. from keeper and bowler. Fair never moved, so also a good indication that the length or the area is good, straight. Keeper normally gives it away if his initial movement is towards leg stump. That is a clear indication towards the umpire of the line of the ball. Sometimes keepers give it away very quickly. But in a good spell here for Wales. And as I say that, Rasmussen goes on an expansive cut shot and misses it. Was there a little edge there? The indication from Madrasinghe standing with his arms on his head says yes. There was a little faint edge. Always difficult, especially for a pace bowler. Gloves have to be perfectly positioned. There's a tap on the shoulder for fence, so that says to me that everyone is in agreement that there was a little feather from the Rasmussen bat that was put down. So 25 without the loss of a wicket after 6 overs, run rate of 4.5. And Rasmussen has been the aggressor between the two. 21 allowed to be that because he received a lot of deliveries outside off stump with offer that was short of a length, especially from this end. And that's been the storyline for Wales from the one end. Lovely shot off the pads from Bennett, and he'll help himself to a 4. That's a beautiful shot. Just waited for it, turned it around the legs. It's an unprotected area. Gavin Rodway, not the start he was looking for, having built up some pressure in his previous over. Not quite on point there. Not, so he's conceded 23 of the 29 runs. Bennett goes on to 8. Area still vacant on the leg side. That's better from Gavin Rodway. Difficult ground to defend on. It's a smallish ground in comparison to the fields that we've used in Cape Town specifically. So you beat the inner ring and you have a bit of timing on the delivery, and it should race away for 4. So you'll get the value for shots on this ground. Very good toss to win for Australia. I'm sure some Welsh heads dropped when they heard that they had to field, although the conditions is fielder friendly. No one with jerseys, but some long sleeves out. Rasmussen batting long sleeves. But nothing like a European winter or anything like that. It's there's no wind, which helps. Otherwise, it might have been a lot cooler. I'm sure there would have been some jerseys out had there been a wind, but just the overhead conditions cloudy. There's no blue skies whatsoever. Grey skies above. So having conceded the boundary of the first delivery, Rodway has pulled it back very nicely for Wales. One delivery to complete over number 7. This is his 4th. Good finish. They do pull one. It would have been a disaster for Rasmussen. I don't know if he saw the backward point. That's in a short position. He's not fully back towards the edge of the circle. And as Bennett tapped it onto the offside, the fielder moved immediately. Rasmussen visually just missed him, started running, and then turned around in time for Australia to still be none down after 7. 29 on the board. No extras conceded by Wells, but we're just indifferent from him up front compared to his new ball partner, Madrasinghe. Drinks will be taken after every 15 overs. So there's a drinks break coming up in the not too distant future. Mother Singer just aborts his run up. So this 45 over format will be followed for the rest of the tournament, which concludes on Monday with playoffs. And then it's strength against strength. As they finish on the log, positions 1 against 2, 3 against 4, 5 against 6, and so forth. Local team is the South African Rhinos. Some former greats playing in that Rhinos team. Louis Kuhn played for the Proteas. Steve Belfreman was a wicketkeeper for South Africa. Great to see Peter Kirsten involved with this tournament. Peter Kirsten, part of that famous 1992 team that came out of isolation, went to Australia and New Zealand for the World Cup. South Africa played Australia in their first match. Alan Donald against Jeff Marsh. You'll ever forget that first delivery. South Africa were convinced that they had a wicket. And a famous victory nonetheless. Kepler Wessels leading that team to the World Cup. And in that famous rain against England, Brian McMillan and Dave Richardson were at the crease. When the rain fell down and it continued to fall and the scoreboard adjusted and continued to adjust and took the game away from South Africa. Never forget that moment. That was slightly shorter from Mother Singer, not timed by Rasmussen, but out of reach from the Welsh fielder. Momentarily might have thought that he had a chance. Yeah, think about that 92 World Cup. I remember left-hand batter from New Zealand called Mark Greatbatch. He could hit the ball. That's where Wales have decided for both of the opening bowlers that they won't have a fine leg. And Rasmussen has helped himself in that department. It's going to be 2. Again, not the best of timing, otherwise that would have been a boundary. And 1 short. So the umpire signals 1 short. The indication is the hand on the shoulders. That's naughty from Australia. So, well, viewers who don't follow cricket, 1 short meaning that the player that's on strike runs to the bowler's end and then he does not slide his bat over the line. That's cut. Beats the fielder on the left. But again, that is where one of the boundary runners is for Wales. Will be 2 more. It's the Welsh storyline this morning. They just haven't been consistent enough in the bowling department. They haven't built up enough pressure in periods. And Badr Singer has been the better of the 2 opening bowlers, conceding a couple of years. So it's been his most expensive over. 8 gone and 7 off this specific over. Our scoreboard must just catch up and give another credit of 2 to Australia there. So 7 off it. It'll be interesting to watch what the Welsh leadership thinks about where they change it up. Do they persist, and at what stage do they make an alteration? And that's much better. Ask the batter to come forward and play in the V. So in the V meaning straight back through the covers on the offside, make his name. That's what you want. You don't want to be leg side here because your field does not allow for it. There's a player next to the square leg umpire on the umpire's left, which you won't see. And that's the solitary fielder on the leg side. So it's all set up as an offside field from Rodway and company. That's well converted by Australia. They turn a one into a two. The shorter hit is on the leg side as you watching the screen now. Not the biggest of boundaries, but the longer one is certainly on the offside as Rasmussen faces up. Well, it's actually Bennett. Bennett is on strike. Whoa, Rasmussen has come a long way. Rasmussen has come a long way, and he's had to dive. He has an injured knee. I don't know how that's going to help his cause. He's going to get up, but gingerly, has the right arm out of apology, saying, "Sorry, Paul, I sold you down the river there." Has a couple of stretches. I'm sure that knee is there we go, a bit of a flex on the knee. That he won't be happy, but it's his own doing, really. Well, Darren Rasmussen, he's put himself in that position, raced down the track, and then had to make the turn. Good flick off the pads again by Bennett. Can't beat the fielder, the solitary fielder that is on the left side. It is Alan Webster. So Rodway dot to dot. Paul Bennett has just had a look around his shoulder, and you'll know that. So they've strengthened the leg side slightly. So there's a fielder at the short mid wicket. That's Webster, and then they've moved Mike Can out of the slips and into a. Well, they'll converge. Both of them will converge, but he's sort of a. I'm not going to call him a short, fine leg. He's more behind square, behind the stumps, but he's not in a short, fine leg position. So they've appreciated that Bennett is strong on the legs. But he is in a catching position. You have to have a couple of catches in the power play period. So Mike Can almost in no man's land, but he's there for the flick off the pads. So visually, Paul Bennett will know that Mike Can is there. And Rasmussen as well. So Darren Rasmussen on strike after that signal. He's on 25. So there we go. I thought that dive might have challenged the Rasmussen knee. And you'll see that he's in a bent position. He's stretching out. That would have hurt. So just again, if you late to our broadcast, he did his knee in the test against the Rhinos. So Australia, before the tournament, played a 3-day test against the Rhinos. And Rasmussen was badly injured, went to the medical facility. They popped back his knee. And now he had to turn back sharply and then put the dive out. So that's going to be uncomfortable. Might be a couple of painkillers going into the Rasmussen throat. But he's going to fight on. Definitely that sort of character. 39 without the loss of a wicket. Malik Matarasinghe will continue. And he'll run away towards Bennett, who will face up on 12. Alan Webster is one of the boundary fielders, so he's been asked to just move. Who initially was in front of square, now they've moved him backward point, covering the boundary. And Gavin Rodway, who's just completed another over, he's in the inner circle. And for company, he has Matt Phillips. So as you watching the screen, it will be Paul Bennett facing up. Oh, lovely, lovely delivery from Matarasinghe. Teapot stance, the arms out on the hips. Produced a little faint edge earlier in his spell. It was put down. Very sharp chance, but that's been the only real chance that Wales has had in the first 9.1 deliveries. Our score still says that Rasmussen is facing, but he's not. He's at the non-strikers end. He has the beard. Paul Bennett is on strike. Full and straight from Madrasinger. Matt Phillips does the fielding. Plays around his pad, but no appeal from Welsh. Just slanting down the leg side. But Bennett will feel that he missed out there because any bat in the gap between the two fielders on the leg side would probably race away. Although it's a longer boundary, that's just where you don't want to be. So they've got a backward square next to the umpire and a mid wicket. That's the two solitary fielders on the leg side. Bennett gaps this. Thought about the third man area that is protected, but that is the release shot. Just didn't get the bat angled enough. But that's naughty now from Madrasinger because the no ball call has come from the umpire and the signal of a free hit. Now, you're not allowed to change the field. If they crossed, you would have been allowed to make adjustments, but you can't. And now it's bowler versus batsman, and he walks across, whips it away, turns it around the corner for four. That's excellent batting and appreciation of where the gap is from Paul Bennett. So took a direct approach, moved towards off stump. Of course, can't lose his wicket, and then smashed it onto the leg side where there's only two fielders. Excellent awareness from Paul Bennett. .40 without the loss of a wicket. I'm sure that Madrasinger will be kicking himself. He's such a disciplined character. That noble just gave away the single for the noble and then the four to follow. So that was a pressure release for Bennett, who has been the more quiet of the two. Ken favours the leg side, does Paul Bennett. Turns it around straight to the fielder. Moves at the backward square. Heavily loaded offside field, and that's where Madrasinger has to be. He's got to be on off stump, fourth stump line. You can also appreciate the value of what I spoke about earlier, the batting conditions. The pitch is really a beauty. It's going to be so for both teams. So Australia will be mindful of that, and they'll have a target in mind. And we always talk about small little victories, small sessions, and I'm sure the Australian pair will say, let's get to drinks without that wickets column being troubled, and then we assess, feed some information back to the team, and then see where we can go from there. From a Welsh perspective, how do they get a breakthrough? They've stuck with the same opening pair. First power play period is coming to an end. So 5 hours to go, but that is the first power play period. 3 players allowed outside the inner circle. Don't know what the two umpires are talking about at the moment. It's sort of a gesture towards the scoreboard that's manually operated. I might feel that there's a miscalculation, but we've got it at 44. Rasmussen 27, Bennett on 16. So here we go. The change in bowling. So we've had 10 overs from the opening pair. Now a couple of adjustments. Wells will make the change. The personnel moving around. Mike Cam is coming straighter, and now it pushed a fine leg back towards the boundary as Wells. There's Gavin Rodway. He's completed his 5 over spell, so he goes towards the boundary. And Boydie is introduced by Wells. That's a full delivery that's called as a no ball as well, so it's going to be more problems for Wells. It's the 4 plus the 1 for the no ball and will be the free hit. So the reason was a full toss way above waist level, and Rasmussen put it away beautifully for 4. And now to rub salt into the wounds. The umpire signals that you can have a full go, Mr. Rasmussen. He does, but Wells, with good fielding in the inner circle, prevents it from being more than 1. Not a good start by Edie in the bowling department. That is the 50 up for Australia. And more importantly, it's 50 without the loss of a wicket. The indifferent start as the first change bowler. And that's been a trouble for Wells from that end. That's where the majority of the runs has come from. Brings Bennett on strike. Half stop by backward point, and that allows Rasmussen to run to the danger end. 1 more to Bennett. For the bowler, there's a third man back. There's a backward point on the boundary and a fine leg on the boundary. That's the 3 fielders out. Rasmussen identifies the gap and the opportunity on the leg side. So that's why he's inclined to just move his front foot across, especially with the ball that's slanting towards the leg stump. And any bat, the solitary fielder again is a mid-wicket in the circle. Rasmussen plays straight. So, well, saying, okay, if you do want to go across your pad, we're going to bowl straight at your stumps. And if you want to take the risk, it's going to be exactly that, a risk. They're going to try and buy a wicket, not at that length. Cut shot straight to the field on the boundary, another misfield, and they'll convert. Very alert, and that's great running by the Australian pair. But Paul Edie also not answering his captain's call. Really need to tighten up Wales. They've just been indifferent with the lengths. First one that he bowled was the full toss that was called as a no ball. Now again tapped into the gap. They can definitely convert this into 2 if they want to, because that's the long boundary. And Australia will oblige. Another 2. It's a very expensive over again, this for Wales. Well, the umpire's called the over. Bennett is walking off towards one of the Australian players who's not being used today, Lewis, who's on with a little drink. Rasmussen sitting flat. I think he's in a bit of pain, and you can understand why. I think he's feeling the effects of that dive and a sore knee. And remember, it's a game 3 for these players, and for Australia, it's more than that because they played the Test match as well. That was a 3-day affair. He's sitting down to adjust his spike, so nothing in the knee department. So that little tool that you adjust your spikes, you turn your spikes in, and grip is everything. So Rasmussen is back up. Singer with ball in hand, so he will continue. They won't change up from these ends. The change was made at the top. But Edie not producing for his team right away. So thinking time for Wales and their captain Matt Phillips. At the moment you won't see him, but he's got his both arms behind his back in deep thought. And what he's thinking about is, how do I support what's happening from this end, from the Madura Singers end? 55 has come quickly for Australia. 12 overs gone. Very healthy run rates. No wickets down. So a bit of pressure on Wales. But Bennett says it's helmet off, cap on. He's adjusted to the pace of the wicket. He feels that there's nothing that's in a pace department, nothing that's going to threaten him from a bounce. He's happy that he can now play his natural game with the cap on. That one is pushed towards the fourth stump line. Bennett has a little look at the umpire, suggesting that he thought that there might have been a wide called. So Rasmussen 34, Bennett 19. This over 13 or 45. Late start in Franschoek. Various reasons for that. But we are going to have a full game. No adjustment in the overs department. Very economical, Madura Singer. You look at these bowling analysis. He's conceded very little against the comparison of the 55 that Australia has put together. Well, it will be 56 now because there was one of the previous deliveries. So 56, that's full, driven straight to the fielder. So 19 of the 55 has come from him. The rest, unfortunately, from the top end. So it's been a bit wayward at the top. Or as you look at the picture, your top as well. Again, full to Rasmussen. Drives and drives beautifully. And we'll find the gap and we'll have four Rasmussen. That's a great shot. The Madura Singer says, I'll continue to bowl full, but Rasmussen this time, back and foot positioning was perfect. And he found the gap. Timing there as well. So he has settled in beautifully for Australia. Again, two full from Madura Singer. Driven towards backward point. Brings to an end. And another over. It was another one that cost a bit more than what Wales would have wanted. 61 without the loss of a wicket. Darren Rasmussen has 39. Paul Bennett has 20. Madura Singer's analysis, 0 for 24. That's 13 gone. But a reminder again, drinks will be taken at the conclusion of every 15 over spell. Heat will continue. And will bowl to Rasmussen. Oh, that's a wide signal by the umpire. Fine leg will run around, but 2 extras added to the tally. And what Edie needs to re-strategize. The runs are just coming too easy at the top. That's been the Welsh problem, is they just hadn't bowled enough dots at Australia to force a full stroke. Now it's short, another single out towards the field on the fence. Still persisting with that short length and then asking the two batters to go through the offside, which they've done without too much difficulty. There's so many gaps on the offside. There's three fielders, one behind square and short cover, and then your mid off in the fence. But between them, there's huge gaps there. And then they've got the backward point that's pushed back on the boundary, and then fine leg and third man. Remember, the field restrictions still very much in play. And that's when you get the width off it. You can have the freedom of a full stroke, and Rasmussen will help himself to another four. That ball was perfectly positioned between the fielders, backward point and third man. No chance of cutting it off. And it is Madrasinghe will have to recover the ball, having to make some ground. It was hit beautifully by the Australian batter Rasmussen. But width was offered, so it's a free shot. It's a risk-free shot. That's better length from Eden. As I praise him for his length, this one is tucked around the corner, fine leg, moves quickly towards his left, and then the return is straight onto the stumps. Great building by Wales. And Gavin Rodway having bowled his initial burst, now doing his bit in the field as well. Fast start by Australia. Run rate is over 5 to the over 69 without loss. This over will take us to drinks, and it's been the Australia show. Having won the toss earlier this morning and deciding to bat first, they'll feel extremely happy with life. Rasmussen is 40. Paul Bennett is 26. 3 extras. Madrasinghe will continue. So he's bowled through from the start. Took the second over. Still bowling for Wales. Tapped into the gap by Rasmussen. Just nice wrist work and placing, which will bring him another 2. Slightly high, but wrapped on the pads, Madrasinghe. Cloudy conditions above, cloudy conditions for Wales. They just haven't done enough to earn themselves a wicket. There was a little faint edge to Finn, which unfortunately from a Welsh perspective was put down. But those stick or they don't. Again, it's cut away. Madrasinghe getting that width. It is a protected area for Wales. Another single. full-blooded drive and beautifully fielded off his own bowling by Madrasinghe. And then the friendly little pick up there from Rasmussen, picked up Finn's glove a moment ago, gave that to the keeper, and now also doing a bit of work for Madrasinghe. Great camaraderie, I must say. Great to see the anthems earlier, players shaking hands. Oh, big shot, plays around at Bennett, and there is the wicket. Well, the Madrasinghe has looked the most likely to strike for Wales. And just before the drinks break, they looked untroubled. Yes, there was a faint edge to the keeper. That was not a half chance for Wales. And now Bennett sees the straight ball, tries to again favour that leg side, and wrapped on the pads. And a favourable decision for Wales, who finally break this opening stand that brought 72. And it is the end of the innings. Well appreciated by the Australian change room. They needed a good start, having opted to bat first. The Bennett is the man that departs with his score on 29. Next man in for Australia is Phil Puller. Phil Puller has 10 on his back. Darren Rasmussen is with him. So our scorecard just catching up with what has happened. 74 for 1 in the official score. And Bennett on his way for 30. One delivery to go before we reach the conclusion of the first 15. Remember, it's 45 overs per side. New batter, Phil Puller, and if I was the bowler, Madrasinghe, I would say, right, let's attack here. Again, full and straight. See if you can get a double strike. Oh, he produces a gem. Outside off stump, brings the player forward. Plays and misses. Excellent over by Madrasinghe. A wicket taking over for Wales. The first one of the innings. Full even continues for Wales. So, what is the score?
The score is right.
This is 72.
He's 72 for 1. But that run rate isn't right, but 12 will be right now.
Yeah.
So 12 now. But
Nice friendly half volley that was offered by Edie. Sun threatening to break through. We haven't had any sun this morning, and cloud cover still very much visible. There's no blue skies just yet, but you can just see the light changing slightly, more positively. It was dark and grey, and if I look up towards my left, there's just a little blue, trying to offer the players a bit of warmth. Maximum temperature predicted is 25 degrees. Rasmussen, in the meantime, plays one towards the third man fence and will jog through for another two. Each over has come and gone, and now the umpires do walk off. It's been an eventful morning, a morning that has certainly belonged to Australia. Welsh had one little small opportunity, little edge to the keeper, Finn, that was dropped, but they finally managed the breakthrough through a Mother Singer, who was the most impressive of the Welsh bowlers this morning, Paul Bennett, departing trapped in front by Mother Singer. That's been their only success. Darren Rasmussen has looked very solid for his 44. Phil Puller has joined him at the crease. He's on one, and we take drinks with Australia well placed on 76 for 1. Welcome back to Groot Drakenstein Games Club, but just outside of a town called Franschoek, located in Guilan province, about 50 kilometers from Cape Town. Indication from the umpire, first of all, that we are going to restart and that we enter our second power play period. So from overs 16 to 30, Wales will be allowed to have 4 fielders outside the inner circle. Madrasinger has been the man responsible for picking up the only wicket to fall, that of Paul Bennett. And he continues for Wales. And they've just been too loose from the other end, the one that Madrasinger is not bowling from at the moment. That's where the majority of the runs has come from. Madrasinger has been on point, and he's built up some pressure. The new man with the crease is Fuller.
Yes. But
And very nicely played by the new man at the crease, Fuller. Apologies for the break in commentary. So we just have a couple of technical glitches with our scorecard. So I'm trying to just get you up to date and up to speed with the correct information. That's brilliantly played. That's an excellent shot over the top. Couple of bounces and we'll roll and continue to roll and over the fence for 4 more. I Right, back we are. Apologies again to all our viewers, just to get the right information. I think that's always critical. So, Derek Rasmussen has brought up his 50. He's 54, 49 deliveries. That's included 6 fours. Paul Bennett, the man out, trapped in front by Madra Singer for 19. That came off 42 deliveries. That's another single by Rasmussen. He's been joined by a full puller at the crease. And now we can finally just get you back on track to make sure that we give you the correct information. Australia in a position of strength. They won the toss and they decided to bat first. Change will be imminent from the Madra Singer end. In this format, 45 overs per side. A bowler is allowed to bowl 9 overs. So Popola and Darren Rasmussen currently batting. Clint Gable, Glenn Giddings, Craig Gislingham, John Short, James Johnston, Stuart Crisp, Craig Willis, and Mitch Wood. Or Woods is the Australian team. Change of bowler for Wales, no surprise there. They've just been so expensive from this specific end. Mark Davies has been given the ball. It's such an important spell now. This can get away from Wales so quickly. I was impressed by what I saw in the T20 format from Davies. He's always going to ask questions, make you play, which is important. Start well to a man that's set. Rasmussen. Rasmussen and then on 56 and Phil Puller on 13. They came together with the score on 72, so a partnership of 20. Flight delivery from Davies and beat backward point. That's going to race away. Will it have enough legs to get to the boundary? Will be cut off. Okay, great running between Rasmussen and Puller. So our bowling analysis, Gavin Rodway, 5 overs for 26 was slightly expensive. Malith Madrasinghe has bowled out. So 9 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 34. His return. Excellent effort by Madrasinghe. Paul Edie has been expensive. 4 overs for 32. That's too short and, oh, it's smashed away. It's going to race to the fence. It's another 4. It's off the Puller bat. Takes the score to 99. Quick run taken. Throw goes towards the non-striker's end, and that will bring applause from the Australian dugouts. And that is 3 figures for Australia, 100 up. Liked it again. Straight to the fielder this time around. So it brings to an end Mark Davies over that cost 8. So Madrasinghe has bowled out. Forced change for Wales. He bowled through unchanged. 9 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 34. So our score with regards to the individual numbers is incorrect. The team score is correct. It is 100 for 1, but Darren Rasmussen has 59, not 53 as indicated on your screen. And Phil Puller has 18 and not 16 as indicated. So I'll keep you up to date with that. So the delay was just to get all the information from the scorers and get that up to date on my side. It's been a fantastic innings from Darren Rasmussen, and what's been impressive is the strike rate, 101.72. Looks like Mike Yang has been given the ball. Man with great ties with South African cricket. Played in the Northern Cape, played here in Boland as well. not his first visit or first rodeo, and he will be entrusted with the ball. All-rounder, brilliant bat, and certainly do more than turn his arm over. He's got to do his job for his captain now, and that's been the concern for Wales. It's just they haven't built enough pressure from the one end to support Madhu Singer. Fuller's on strike. Can goes away for his first delivery. On the money. Mike Can. Slightly short. Short enough for Fuller to play the ball towards the leg side boundary behind square where it's cut off. So single to his tally that moves on to 19. Also coming home time, 105.56 strike rate to Phil Fuller. Uses his feet. Rasmussen down the track, couple of steps. Michael Flatley, Lord of the Dance. This foundation has been superb for Australia. One thing winning the toss and deciding to bat, it's another thing to put the runs on the board. And they'll have an idea of what they feel will be defendable. It's really a good batting track. No indentations. Really well prepared by the ground staff, who deserve credit. All the work that they've put into assisting all of us around the province in putting this tournament together. To T20 format was at the order of the day to start us off, and now it's 45 overs for the rest of the weekend, and also Monday when we go into the playoffs for positions. Dropped slightly short onto the back foot as Rasmussen pushes it into the gap through the covers. We'll get another 2. Rasmussen will officially go on to 62. Again, just a reminder that the individual scores on your bottom left is incorrect. The team score is on point. 20 overs gone. We are approaching the halfway mark of this innings. 105 for 1. Rasmussen 62. Fuller on 20. And it will be Mark Davies who will continue. He's only over, costing 8. The first Can over went for 5. Too short, dropped short. 2 bouncers straight towards our commentary position. More vacant real estate capitalised on once again by Australia, and Fuller onto the back foot. Strong lad. And after the event, Wales decide to drop back the square leg boundary. A mid-wicket boundary and backward square. The boundary fielders on the leg side. Remember, you're allowed 4 out. There's another boundary run on the offside, and then also long off protected for Davies, who drops slightly short again. Another single to Fuller. He made his way to 25 of 21 balls, but 4 boundaries, part of that 25. Fuller from Davies. Rasmussen pierces the gap on the offside. Oh, it's wonderful batting by Rasmussen. That's his 7th boundary. It just hasn't happened for Wales. Funny enough, every bowler that has come from the top, as you look at the screen, has struggled. It's only been Madhura Singh who has applied some sort of pressure, but he's bowled out 9 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 34. So whatever's left in the innings has got to come from the rest. He can't return. He's done. Economy of 3.8 in the greater scheme of things. If you look at the team run rates of 5.6, let's round it off 5.6. He's certainly done a job for his team, but he's played a lone hand. Again, it's too short. Again, it's helped around the corner. The result will be the same. Davis turns around in disgust. He knows the result. Even didn't even look at where the delivery ended or where the ball was hit to. As it made contact, he knew that his length was wrong. And Australia capitalised once again. Certainly, Australia is certainly forcing Wales into a rethink. Where do they go to next? Davies has bowled 11 legal deliveries and it's cost 21. So with Rasmussen hitting that towards the vacant fine leg area, the backward square has moved around to fine leg and will now come into the circle. Originally based on the fence, but now has to come into the circle. Rasmussen again goes onto the off drive, again presses the repeat button and helps himself to yet another 4. It's overdrive from Rasmussen in Australia. It just hasn't come out right for Mark Davies. He's bowled 2 overs for 25, very expensive. Surely it needs to be another rethink from the skipper. That went 414.44. 17 runs off it. Rasmussen 74 of 65, batting at a strike rate of 113.85. Phil Puller is on a strike rate of 119.05. He's on 25 of 21. Lots of pressure on the Welsh lineup. They've dominated in the T20 format, but now under the pump as Mike Cann starts his second over. Runs coming so easily. Puller towards the non-strikers end will put the impressive Rasmussen back on strike. Paul Edie going 8 to the over. Mark Davies going at 12.5 to the over. Gavin Rodway opened the bowling. He went at 5.2. Madhura Singh has bowled out. He went at 3.8. Now I can trying to plug a gap, but it's going to be interesting to see if Mark Davies will get another over immediately. Rasmussen has taken a liking to him, and he's dealing in boundaries for Australia. Quick from Cann. Even with the speed on the ball, Rasmussen jogs through easily for another single. So he's on to 75. Mike Cann, for Puller, decides to bring up his long off into a mid-off position. So it's mid-off and mid-on protected in the inner circle. To leg side from Mike Cann. But it will be a leg by. Umpire confirms that. So won't go against the bowler's analysis. Short fine leg in the circle. The boundary for fielders is behind square. It's not a fine leg area. Backward of square is protected. Mid-wicket boundary is protected. And then long on is pushed back as Rasmussen runs down the track. It's hit him so far down the track that would be a very brave decision from an umpire to say Mike Cann. I think that would have hit the stumps. Big shout from Mike Cann. And then the other boundary field is on the offside or forward of point on the boundary. So traditional point boundary field in play for Wales. Rasmussen again favours the leg side. Another half appeal, more of an appeal by bowler and keeper. but the result is the same. It's not given. End of a better Mike Can over, a bit over for Wales in the context of what they have conceded so far. So that cost 3 on the scoreboard, but from Mike Can conceding 2 of the 3 runs, the other one a leg by, and of course the leg by won't be debited against the bowler. Rasmussen 75, Puller on 26. That's the official score. Again, if you are watching our broadcast, don't be too mindful of the bottom left. The team score, that's spot on, 125 for 1. The individual scores not accurate, so I will continue to tell you what that situation is. Puller is officially on 26 of 23 deliveries, and Rasmussen 75 of 69 deliveries. They came together with the score on 72. That was when Paul Bennett was dismissed, trapped LBW by Madhura Singh for 19. That's a partnership that's brought great success already. Short, pulled, 4. It's the introduction of Matt Phillips. No surprise. I was talking about how they were leaking runs. Davis went for plenty. So the captain has brought on himself. First one dropped short. Puller rocks back, pulls it across towards the leg stump or towards the leg side boundary, and the result remains the same. So Puller is on to 30. Alarm bells ringing, and they're pretty loud in the Welsh ears. Dropped short again. Lucky to get away with that. Straight to the fielder. If he just waited slightly longer, he would have hit the same area, Puller, and it would have been the same result. So Matt Phillips hasn't found his length from the top. "31 is Puller. Rasmussen 75. Phillips needs to be fuller, especially with the field set that he has. Backward of squares on the boundary, mid wicket on the boundary, long on the boundary, and the only boundary field on the offside is a cover boundary runner. Now it's a wide from Phillips. Well, it's just can't quite explain what's been wrong with the Welsh bowlers that have come from the Phillips end. They have all struggled. Too short again. It's helped along the way. 1 bounce, 2 bounces, 4 more. You just can't bowl that length on this pitch. It's going to sit up and it's going to be asked to be hit. And even with a heavily loaded leg side boundary field, it's split the 2 fielders beautifully, accurately. The result the same. And Rasmussen gets another 4. This time he goes fuller and dabbed onto the offside. Pierces the gap once again. Got a good wheels on it, Rasmussen, but not enough to get to the fence. 2 more. Rasmussen into the 80s. Over, it's cost 12 with 2 deliveries remaining. That's better, much better from Phillips, but again the fielder behind point is just off key, and that allows another 2. Oh, Rasmussen's knee is holding up extremely well. Had quite a serious injury that required him to get medical attention. Went to a medical facility in the test match that they played against the Rhinos. And then earlier in the piece, he had to turn around and make his ground and went for a full-length dive. Got up gingerly, but he's all good to go. Is Rasmussen. Running around like an 18-year-old is Darren Rasmussen. Very productive over once again for Australia. 14 off it. Matt Phillips' introduction not bringing any results from an economy perspective. runs leaking from that end specifically for Wales. Rasmussen on 83 of 73. Phil Puller is on 31. So the last 3 overs from where Matt Phillips started to bowl, he's over cost 14. Mark Davies before him went 2 overs for 25. So that's 3 overs for 39. It just illustrates how expensive Wales have been, specifically from that end. The Mike Can end, let's call it the Mike Can end, because that's where Malet Matrasinghe bowled from. 9 overs, 1 for 34. Can is bowling his third over. He's conceded 7. And the first ball of his third over goes for 1. So you can just build the picture and see what the storyline tells you. And it's just been indifferent bowling. It's been too short or too full. It just haven't had the discipline of Matrasinghe, and to an extent now Mike Can. You put this little salver together, Matrasinghe and Can, that's 11 overs for 41. Now 42 with the single of the previous delivery. That again, this time Mike Can gets the decision, and it will bring to a close an absolutely superb innings from Darren Rasmussen. And I've just spoken up Mike Can and Malet Matrasinghe and what they have done from the one end. And more illustration, Mike Can goes full, goes straight, and gets a wicket in his third over, 2.2 overs, 148. But all credit must go to Darren Rasmussen, who is going to walk back to the change room. He'll take the applause. Also got the congratulations from the Welsh outfit. And hopefully you'll hear the applause on the microphone. Deserved applause. Darren Rasmussen comes back to his teammates, having scored an excellent 83. Eighty-three of 74 deliveries that included 10 fours, a strike rate of 112.16. Phil Puller joined him with the score on 72, and they've taken it to 140. Another fruitful partnership. So the two Welsh wickets, both picked up from the same end, both picked up in the same way. LBW decisions. From one captain, or the captain is bowling from the other end, that's Matt Phillips. The Aussie captain has walked in, Clint Kebble. Clint won the toss earlier today and had no hesitation in batting first. Comes out with the cap. Feels that the pace doesn't warrant the helmet. Excellent from Mike Can. You want the new batter to play in, that he has done. Phil Puller is cut loose already. He's on 32, so that's the next danger for Wales. Clint Kebble will need some time just to adjust to the speed of the track, but the foundation has been laid. 140 for 2. Big score on the cards for Australia. Oh, there's an edge from Can. Has produced another magic ball. It's dropped by Finn. Oh, it could have been, that would have been such a big strike. Clint Kebble at this stage walking back without scoring. But that's cricket for you, and maybe it's going to be Kebble's day. He'll try and make the most of that chance. This time watchful and pulls the bat out of the way. Brilliant over by the experienced Mike Can. 1 for 8, could have been 2 for 8. Different day, different outcome. Excellently bowled by Mike Can. Six bowlers used by Wales. So still to get off the mark. Puller has 32. "24 overs gone. 140 for 2. Phillips will give himself another over. He was expensive first up, 14 off it. Too short. Bullet will think too, they should get that easily. Keppel will run around and they can jog that two in. So Matt Phillips needs to be fuller. He's just too short. And the pace of the track allows the batters to have time to identify the length, rock back, and then pick their spot. This one is exactly there, fuller. Yes, maybe slanting into the pads, but the length is better. It's the short length that's being punished on this track. That's better, much better by Matt Phillips. Invite the drive that goes out to long on. Yeah, that's where Matt Phillips needs to be. First over cost 14. First four deliveries of his second over has gone for 3. Captain to captain. Always a little mini battle within a greater battle. Spinner would not want to lose his wicket to a spinner. Captain to captain, same scenario. Clint Gable having survived the chance in the previous over. Now sort of half pushes this one away, slightly quicker than what he anticipated. So Ken Phillips produced a good end to a far better second over. Full again, that's beautiful from the skipper of Welsh, Matt Phillips. Gets the cap from the umpire and he'll feel much happier with his own individual performance. First over that went for 14, second over for 3. 143 now for the loss of 2. And that's 25 overs gone. Again, just a reminder that the overs department on your screen, don't pay much attention to that. And then Phil Puller officially is on 35. Clint Gable needs to get off the mark. So we've just had a bit of a technical glitch with the scoring system. The team score, that's perfect and spot on, 143 for 2. But the overs column and the individual batters, that's a bit out of sync. So I will give you those scores as we move along. In the meantime, Mike Gann, no surprise, gets another over. And it's another single for Puller, who goes on to 36. That brings Clint Gable back. Now, I would be interested to see what Wales do here. So there was a faint edge in the previous over, the battle between specifically these two. What does Mike Gann do? Gable will be slightly on edge. He wants to get off the mark. A batter doesn't want to be on Nord for too long. It's just one of those unspoken rules. You want to get off strike So apologies to all our viewers. We've had our fair share of challenges this morning. You are back with us at Groot Drakenstein Games Club. It's located just outside Franschoek. You're watching the Over-55 international tournament, Wales against Australia. So unfortunately we arrived at the ground with a power outage. So we've been dependent on a generator, and then the generator went down, and that meant that we had a loss in transmission. Thankfully, the generator is back, which means the cricket is back. So, yeah, it's out of our hands. Sometimes you just make hay with what is given to you, and you overcome those challenges. But we are back, and that's all that matters now. 153 for 2. You haven't missed much. Phil Puller and Clint Gebel, the captain of Australia, currently batting. Give you a bit of a summary after the over. Mike Gann currently bowling for Wales. Done a good job for his captain, and I must say, to his credit, after an indifferent first over, Matt Phillips has come back very nicely. So let me just bring up to speed. Mike Gann is bowling his fifth over. 1 for 18. So we've had 2 wickets, 155 for 2. The first one fell with the score on 72. That was Paul Bennett, who was trapped LBW by Matrasinghe for 19. That came off 42 deliveries. And Rasmussen, who opened the batting, brilliant knock. He was trapped in front by the man that's bowling at the moment, Mike Gann, for 83 of 74 deliveries. That's the 2 wickets to fall. That's a big hit. That's a big hit out to a shortish boundary. We'll wait for the umpire's confirmation. At this stage, they just talking about it, and the confirmation is 4 rather than 6. So 4 is signaled. You'll see the 6 bottom of screen. It's not 6. The umpire has given us the 4. So good end to what looked to be a tidy over from Mike Gann until that shot in anger. $159 for 2 is the official score. Phil Puller is approaching 50. He's on 46. Clint Gebel, after a bit of a nervy start, is on 5 of 17 deliveries. I'll run you through the bowling card. Gavin Rodway, 5 overs for 26. Malit Matrasinghe has bowled out. Bowled his 9 overs on the trot. 1 maiden, 1 for 34. I thought he was brilliant once again. I say once again, he was superb in the T20 format as well. Paul Edie, very expensive, 4 overs for 32. He bowled from the Matt Phillips end, that meaning where Matt Phillips is running from right now. Mark Davies had a brief spell, 2 overs for 25. Rasmussen really took a liking to him. Mike Gann has been successful, 5 overs, 1 for 22. And Matt Phillips, after conceding 14 from the first over that he bowled, has recovered nicely, 3 overs for 19. So his next 2 overs going for 5. He's bowling to Gebel at the moment, so captain to captain. $45 overs per side with a shortened lunch break because we also started slightly late. So lunch scheduled for 45 minutes has been cut to 30 minutes. Power play periods, just to bring you up to speed with how this format works. The first power play is 15 overs, where you allowed 3 players outside the circle. Then overs 16 to 30, you allowed 4 players outside the circle. And then overs 31 to 45, 5 fielders allowed outside the circle. Dropped slightly short, but that's where the protection is for Phillips on the fence on the offside. So we'll only be a single to Gebel. Hopefully for our viewers that missed some of the action, that is a good enough summary just to bring you up to speed with where we are at in the game. First time that we are using the 45 over format in this competition this week, and we will continue to do so until we conclude on Monday, where we play out for positions, 1 against 2, 3 against 4, and so forth. That's too short. Dropped short, straight to the fielder though, and will be on the bounce. 1 bounce into the hands. Fuller would have hated to go out to a short pitch delivery. We had so much space to choose from. slightly quicker and beats Gable, so it is a little victory to Matt Phillips. He gets rid of his opposite captain who departs the scene. That is Clint Kebble walking back. And I must say, Clint Kebble didn't really look settled from the onset. He was dropped by keeper Finn, maybe a bit unfair criticism because it was a sharp chance, and sometimes they stick, sometimes they don't. But Finn is a perfectionist, as all keepers are, and he would have wanted to hold on to that one, and he'll feel better about life because the dropped catch only cost him 6. So it is Kebble who is done from a batting perspective. But Australia is still very well placed, nicely placed. They've got the foundation there. They've got Australia under the pump. And with Puller there on 47, while he's there, the scoreboard will continue to escalate an upwards trajectory. New man at the crease, Glenn Giddings. Successful in Matt Phillips picking up his first wicket. So the wickets column shared by Matra Singer, Mike and Matt Phillips now also doing a job from a leadership perspective and for his team. He came on, conceded 14 of his first over. He's been a lot tighter, more threatening in his next 3. It was really when he changed his lines. He was too short up front and then went fuller, and now a quick one that beats Clint Kebble, bowls him, and Kebble's stay has ended 6 of 21 deliveries. $161 for 3. Giddings first up is forward, presses back to the bowler. Successful over for Welsh, successful over for Phillips. 161 for the loss of 3. 21 overs gone. On your screen, you'll say that it's 30. Our app, unfortunately, has an over in front. And Phil Puller is officially on 47, not 55. We'll fix that during the lunch break. So apologies for that. The team score, that's spot on, 161 for 3. That you can follow. That is completely accurate. Mike Kane, 5 overs, 1 for 22. Will start his 6th over. A bowler allowed to bowl 9. And I'm sure Matt Phillips will be thinking that you bowl Mike Kane through. What they wouldn't give to get Phil Puller. That was onto the offside. And with the speed of the ball off the bat, it's an easy single for Puller, who's on to 48, 2 shy of a milestone. Innings will face up to Kane for the first time. Getting straight onto the back foot. And he saw what Fuller was doing, and he anticipated the same sort of area, but the ball came off the bat too quickly. So therefore, no single, or no opportunity at a single in any case. Lovely to have you wherever you are around the world. Thank you for watching Over 55 international cricket from South Africa. Not in Cape Town today, but just outside a town called Franschoek. There's an appeal from Can, bat and pad close together. So Can almost asking, was it pad bat? Very brave umpire that will give that, especially with a big forward stride that Glenn Giddings possesses. These players had a welcome off day yesterday. That's fired down the leg side, and the outstretched arms from one of our 2 standing umpires. Chris Russ and Rian Barkhuizen doing duty, both South African based. There is a chance that Giddings was looking for to get himself off the mark. Okay, reaching the end of his sixth over. 5.4 overs, 1 for 25. The bowling column will also see is 100% correct on the television screen. Nudged on to the offside again, just backward of point. Will be another single as Giddings drops his bat and says this is all sporty, so he recovers the bat and hands it back to Glenn Giddings. Tossed up outside of some inviting the drive, and Giddings says, no, I'm having none of that. Early days of my innings. So the format as well, I was referring to the power play format. I can also tell you drinks breaks every 15 overs, which means the second session of 15 is done. So don't be fooled by your screen that says 31 overs. It's officially 30 overs gone, and Australia is still in a very dominant position. They will resume when we do come back from drinks, and probably have, let's say, 5, 6 to the over from here on in. It's definitely a 250 plus wicket. So anything short of that will be a bit of a failure from an Australian perspective. But they do take the second drinks break with the score 165 for 3. When we come back, Pulpula will resume on 49. Glenn Giddings has won. We're looking forward to the final 15 overs and the onslaught from Australia and what they feel they need to defend against Wales when it's their turn to have the ball in hand. We'll be back when the players are on the field again. Welcome back to Groot Drakenstein Club, and it's lovely to have your company with us, Australia. We'll now tackle the final 15 over period, 165 for three. Again, just a reminder, don't be too concerned about that overs. We're running one over ahead from where we are really. It's 30 overs gone, and it's 165 for three. The storyline so far, Darren Rasmussen's 83 of 74 deliveries, and Paul Puller is doing a great job. He's on 49, one shy of a milestone, and it's come in quick time. 6 fours in that 49. It's come on 40 deliveries. Clint Kebble, the last man out for 6. 3 wickets to fall. Darren Rasmussen, 83. Paul Bennett, 19. And Clint Kebble, 6. Much better from Matt Phillips, the captain of Wales, who will get us going in the final 15 over period. He's bowled 4 overs, 1 for 21. First over went for 14. The signal from the umpire indicates the final power play period, which means fielding restrictions are lifted by +1, which means Wales can have 5 fielders outside the inner circle. But it's probably going to be full on attack. Let's see if this will be the milestone moment for Puller. Almost thought that he had the gap, but not on this occasion. Australia have been great after they won the toss and decided to bat overcast conditions, but a great pitch, really. Value for shots. And we've seen that throughout the course of the morning. Slightly short, and that'll be helped around the corner and confirm the individual milestone for Paul Puller. It could have been close. He had to put on those skates, but he gets through for the 2, and he'll acknowledge the applause that comes from the dugout. It's a 50 for Puller. Valuable knock. Well appreciated by the Welsh team as well. Mike Can giving applause. All friendly as well. It's competitive. You're playing for your nation, but the camaraderie is great. We've witnessed that throughout the course of the week. Slight short, smacked straight to the fielder. I think too they won't get it on this occasion. But Lewis joins me in commentary as part of the Australian setup. Thank you so much for taking time and coming to sit with me. Great position for Australia to be in.
No problem, and thanks for having me. Yeah, we're in a very good position, and I think we actually played a practice match here on Saturday last, and we've got a good knowledge of the ground and the outfield, and I think we actually feel very confident playing here too. So the boys are doing really, really well, but we're looking to accelerate, particularly with the last 5 overs filling up. So.
Yeah, the Australian team has been visiting South Africa for quite some time. There was the Test match as well, which was an historic moment. And T20 format now over to 45. What have you made of your visit? Have you enjoyed it?
We certainly enjoyed it, and you know we find the people here very, very friendly, and that's number one. You know, at our age, we need to be enjoying life as well as our cricket as well. But you know, we certainly feel like we could have played better than what we have so far. It hasn't before been our way, and you know, a combination of sickness and injury has played its part. But you know, we're looking good today, and this gets us off to a good start in the one-day format.
To the Australian standard, the game against USA, from a batting perspective, didn't go according to plan. But winning the toss today, you just going back as a group to say we need to be better in that department. Was that sort of part of the discussion leading into a new format?
We had a meeting last night, and you know, we wanted to refocus our guys, Clint and myself, and a couple of the other leaders in the team. You know, and refocus on what goals we'd have for the 45 over game, but also, you know, to play with confidence. And I think in some of our games we've lacked that confidence and lacked, you know, that ability to play the strong shots in our strong batting set, or you know, with our bowlers putting in the right places and bowling to a field that they like to bowl to. So. I think we came to some good understandings last night, and in our warm up, the energy was really, really good. So yeah, I knew we were on today.
Rasmussen's innings were superb.
He has been fantastic this whole tournament so far. You know, some good 30s in our Test match. he's a bit dirty when he gets out, but today was sublime. I thought he was unlucky in the end not to get the three figures. Certainly deserved it, but you can see that he plays all facets of the game really, really well. It's got his quick singles and he's still very, very agile for a 55-year-old man.
And I was telling the story to the viewers about the knee. He had a knee that went and medical treatment. And when he dived, he had to make his ground. I was watching him and thinking, okay, well, that might be the knee again. He got up and straight back into it, and even running the ones hard and converting ones into twos. Very agile for someone that's had his fair share of injury concerns.
Yeah, that's right. And the girls are working on him on the table at the moment. I've just finished with him. But there was one of the more bizarre things I've seen on a field in a test match. That he had to press his knee into the hard surface and move that lower leg to get that. I think it was a calcification that he's got in his knee. Just have to move that so he can move freely again. So.
Well, in the meantime, Mike Can is off on another run, running towards his teammates, and he has broken the partnership. Mike Can is such a seasoned campaigner. He's played a lot of his cricket in South Africa and knows the conditions. And suddenly there's a bit of a golden patch for Wales with the ball. There is another wicket, and it is Glenn Giddings who departs the scene. Mike, why campaign, as everyone is, when you get to 55 plus, you've played cricket for a long time. You know how to do certain things. Yes, the body might not react accordingly, but 55 over or 55 plus international vets cricket, what does that mean for you?
Oh, look, any time you play for your country, it's a wonderful experience, and you want to do well, you know what I mean? And when you're surrounded by really great blokes, as we are in the Australian team, and everybody on the same sort of page, you enjoy that experience, and it makes you want to go even further. I was fortunate enough to be here in 2020, not fortunate enough to go home because of COVID. These experiences are wonderful, and it doesn't matter how old you are, whether you're 5 years old, 55 years old, everybody wants to play for their country, right? So, yeah. But just back to Mike, yeah, you're right. Experienced campaigner, played for Wales for a lot of years. Doesn't he know how to celebrate a wicket? He's fantastic.
Yeah, absolutely. It's just great to see him go off on a run, and you just have those moments that brings you back to the game of cricket. The camaraderie and the opportunity to meet other people from across the globe, it just unites this whole family of 55 plus cricketers.
Yeah, and in our 20s we played for chief stations, you know what I mean? And we all had the white line fever and whatnot. It's not like that in veterans cricket or masters cricket. There's great banter on the field, even better banter afterwards. And a real need for both sides to get together and find out, what makes the other person tick or the other side tick. Those stories, I think, right across the world, and having those relationships with people right across the world. When our dads, when they turned 50, retreated into their homes and didn't do anything else other than watch a TV or drink some VB, we're getting out there and making more friendships. And I think that's how you sustain life and live longer.
Yeah, I like what you've just said there. What's the reception been like back home? I went back. I did the Australia USA T20 match, and out of curiosity's sake, I went onto YouTube, and 5,000 people watched that game from around the globe. So there's real interest. What's it been like getting the feedback from those loved ones back home and the friends and family?
Well, it's wonderful, man, and they want to watch. They want to see what's going on. Obviously, they're more interested if you're playing and not injured like me at the moment. The other thing is too that there's a real camaraderie in Australia anyway around Masters cricket. We get together for nationals, for example, and play against all the other states. But we've got some real friends in the other states and whatnot. So it's not only about playing the cricket; it's about catching up with your mates. The ones that don't make the team, and good enough to play, mind you, like we've got some very talented cricketers in Australia, but they're all keen to see how we do, and And it's not a matter of wanting us to fail or anything. Everyone's supporting us. It's a really good feeling. Getting lots of messages from people back home, not just family, but lots of people, and we really appreciate the support. Feel their support, and we're really focused to win this one day comp.
So Gizzy was with me in commentary. I did what I'm doing to you. Gizzy came in and took up some mic work. He's out there batting now. He spoke about Dirk Nunnes, and I was looking at the Rhinos team, and you have a Louis Kuhn and a Steve Kalferman who played for South Africa. And it's not putting anyone on the spot, but is there an interest from some of the legends that played for Australia that's now at a senior level? I mean, Peter Kirsten is involved in this tournament, who played for South Africa in the '92 World Cup. Is there a feeling of former Aussies to say, I played at the highest level, I want to tap into this, or hasn't it really come about?
There's been a limited interest with it. There's been a lot of ex-Shield players, what we call Sheffield Shield, is our state competition for, the open age. So I've had people like Jeff Dimmick, but other luminaries like Alistair Lynch, who used to play full forward for the Brisbane Lions. That was one of my early memories. But not the last Nationals, the Nationals before. We had Stuart McGill play, Shane Lee, so there's a little bit of interest out there, but I don't know. I get the feeling that once they've played a lot of cricket in their 20s and 30s for Australia, it's hard. Cricket is a really, really hard sport, and bodies are battered and broken and those sorts of things, and it is a lot to keep yourself fit for this sort of stuff.
The viewers won't appreciate what I'm going to say now, and I'm going to give you a massive compliment. You're in prime shape. You talk about healthy body, healthy mind. When you go back home and if you put cricket away from the scene, how do you keep yourself fit?
I've got a large gym regime.
Well, there we go. That's something I wish I could show the viewers. That you would see the picture and you would understand.
But it's just something I do. I mean, I enjoy going to the gym in the morning. It's not so much for muscles or anything like that. It's about something to set my day for my profession and whatnot. It helps me, realise what I've got to do and what I need to do, and running and all those sorts of things. But unfortunately, I've got a knee injury at the moment. I had an operation 4 weeks ago, and it was coming good. But here on Saturday, I chopped the ball into my knee, the same knee, and it blew up the last. But hopefully, I'll be back tomorrow and playing the Canadians and scoring runs.
I really appreciate your time. I thank you for sharing some insights and a bit of your life story with our viewers back home. And maybe just a last shout out to family and friends back in Oz.
Oh, look, my 3 kids. I know my brother is watching intently as well. And we have another tour straight after this one, the Australian Aboriginal side. We're touring New Zealand and playing Maori side. So big shout out to my team. And I hope they're looking forward to doing the right thing over in New Zealand, winning games for us. But I'd like to thank you for because a lot of people back home are saying how good is it to have the commentary on these games as well, rather than just watch pictures. So thank you for giving up your time and commentating on these matches, because it's certainly well appreciated back home.
Thank you for the kind words, and best of luck for today. Although you're not playing, but I hope the knee recovers sufficiently that you can be on the field where you should be.
Thank you so much.
Oh, awesome. Great. All right, there we go. I hope you enjoyed that as well. And just some of the insights of the players who are representing their countries. Might not always be on the field. A couple of injuries along the way, but that's part and parcel of the game we all love. So for all the Australians, hope that you could resonate with that as well. Game situation, 183 for 4. With 184 for 4 is the official score. Busy with another Mike Can over. Well, you'd shout, Can was convinced. Well, from the side, maybe just hit him. I thought that the impact was above the knee roll. That doesn't mean that it wouldn't have hit the stumps, but then more often than not, umpires look at that and they say that the angle of the delivery or the bounce would have probably taken it over the bails. And that's to say that everything else ticked off the boxes. But Mike Gann has been impressive. Since he's come on, he took over when Madra Singh completed his uninterrupted 9 over spell. 9 overs, one maiden, 1 for 34. And he's really done a great job for his team and for his captain. He's getting the approval from the Australian bench. So well, and Gez, just lovely to have some of the players sit in a commentary position, share their thoughts and what this tournament means, and talk about vets cricket back home. And we'll probably see if I can find a willing Welsh representative when it's their time to bat. I had Mike Gann in comms briefly after he batted in the T20 game against Australia. Well, they've done a good job. They lead early runs, ill-disciplined bowling, especially from, as you're looking at it from the other end. Wells let themselves down, bowled short and wide and offered width, and they're all over the place. Didn't really settle on a line and length. Where this end, where Kane is bowling from, it's been a different storyline. The Mother Singer 9 over spell and Mike Gann's 7 overs has been superb. Really done a job for their team. Now pushes back long off and or mid off, mid on becomes long off and long on. Flights it and straight to the fielder. One ball shy of completing over number 34, 187 for 4. Oh, it's a bit too full. Straight long on. Full puller. This also, along with Darren Rasmussen, played brilliantly for Australia this morning. There's a brief summary of what has happened so far. Australia won the toss and they decided to bat 188 for 4 after 34 overs. Again, I must just remind myself that our score that you're looking at is 1 over ahead of the game. So it's officially 34 overs gone, 188 for 4. Darren Rasmussen made 83 of 74 deliveries. Paul Bennett, 19 of 42. Phil Puller is on 66. So you'll look at our score and you'll say that Puller's on 74. You'll see that. Visually, we'll fix that during the lunch break. But officially, Puller is on 66 from 52 deliveries. Clint Kebble, the captain of Australia, went for 6 of 21 balls. He was out of sorts, struggled to get going, and was then finally dismissed. He was castled by the man that's bowling at the moment, the captain of Wales, Matt Phillips. And the other wicket to fall, Glenn Giddings. Brief stay at the innings. He was bowled by Mike Gann for 4. So Craig Gislingham has 2 and Phil Puller has 66. That's the 2 batting for Australia. Matt Phillips is bowling his 7th over. Just a prod onto the offside, straight to mid-off, but can't prevent the single from a Welsh perspective. Bowling for Welsh today, Gavin Rodway, 5 overs for 26. Madhura Singh bowled through 9 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 34. Paul Eadie was expensive, 4 overs for 32. Mark Davies struggled, 2 overs for 25. Mike Gann, he has 1 over up his sleeve, 8 overs, 2 for 30, and one can assume that Mike Phillips will bowl him through. And Phillips himself now busy with his 7th over, and he has conceded 41. First over went for 14, so he's recovered nicely and also picked up a wicket. So that is a summary of what has transpired so far. So such a rich tradition club for our viewers back home. One of the oldest clubs in our region. And again, if you are late to our broadcast, the strip that they're playing on, so as you watching the screen on the left, the strip that's directly on the left is the oldest outdoor cricket strip in South Africa. They're not playing on that one. This one was specifically prepared for this fixture, but there's a bit of history for you. That's a big shot, but it doesn't get a hold of it, thankfully, from an Australian perspective, but can't prevent the two. So Welsh would have been interested momentarily, just the aerial route, and they looked up and they might have thought that this one is going to hand, but dropped well short. 2 more runs to bring to an end another Matt Phillips over. So over to you, Mike Can, to bowl through and bowl the 9th and final over of your spell. 45 overs per side, 3 power play periods, overs 1 for 15. The fielding team is allowed 3 fielders out of the inner circle. Overs 16 to 30, an additional player is allowed out, so 4. And overs 31 to 45, you're allowed 5 out. We started late this morning, so that means the umpires have requested the captains that we reduce the lunch break from the traditional 45 minutes to 30 minutes. Temperature maximum of 25 degrees predicted today in Franschoek, with rain forecasted at 6 o'clock. I don't think that will still be at 6 o'clock. If we are, we might run into the potential of a light drizzle. Not heavy rain predicted. Oh, Mike Can showing his agility, diving off towards his left. 191 for 4. 2 standing umpires, both from South Africa, Chris Ruis and Rian Barkhuizen. Nicely tucked onto the onside. Well, think to, I won't get it. So the immediate question is, when this over is done, Mike Can is bowled out. So you can't go to Madhura Singha. Can is finished. So what does Matt Phillips do? Who does he reintroduce, or does he have another ace up his sleeve who we haven't seen yet? We've had 6 bowlers from Wales. Does he maybe go back to Gavin Rodway? It depends what end Rodway wants to bowl from, so maybe seam up. We've only had spin, ball, Rodway and Madhura Singha, both medium pacers. So apart from those two, we've had spin throughout. So does he go back to a Paul Eadie? He went for 8 to the over. Mark Davies was very expensive, 12.5 to the over. Matt Phillips himself has 2 overs left. So he's probably going to rethink now what's the next move, because he'll be forced into a couple of moves. That was beautifully placed. It's all about the placement, and will run away for 4. Top hits. For a defensive shot, and any willow on the ball is a single. There's no one there. That's a guaranteed 1, which Australia take. And that leaves 1 delivery in the Mike Can spell. Puller on 74. Gieslingham on 5. And helps himself to another 1, taps it onto the onside, and that brings to a close a really good Mike Can effort. 9 overs, 2 for 37. by Ken doing a job for his captain. Mother Singer and Ken from that end have bowled 18 overs and they've conceded 71, taken 3 wickets, and that in the analysis will tell you where the runs has really come from the other end. The one that Phillips is bowling from, he's going to start his 8th and penultimate over. Less than 10 overs to play. And remember, our scoreboard that you are watching back home, it says 37 overs, so starting over number 38. It's incorrect. We are starting over number 37. And Puller is on 74. Gleesingham on 6. 200 up for Australia as well. Slightly leg side and missed by the batter, which means that it's a wide. The extras column grows by 1. I'll scamper through for another one. I think that's been a good trademark for Australia today as well. It's just that, yes, boundaries have come very quickly, and there's been a lot of them, but they've also put a big emphasis on running the ones and converting ones into twos. It's not the biggest ground, but they've been alert to the opportunity, and they've created that opportunity, and it's assisted the scoreboard to keep on ticking. That's too short. Smacked away and just short of what would have been a maximum. 1 bounce, 4 more, and that if you have to give Matt Phillips a bit of criticism, that has been the one area where it's just hasn't worked out. He's dropped short on a number of occasions, and it's been punished more often than not. When he's gone full, he's looked more threatening, but that short delivery on this pitch, that's a lesson that Australia will take from their batting effort. If you bowl short, it's going to sit up, and it's going to be a very friendly invite to be dispatched to the boundary. Slightly quicker from Phillips, but still mindful to put it into the gap. Very good fielding out on the boundary, prevents the opportunity of 2. $207 for the loss of 4, and as I suggested earlier, we have a forced change with Can bowling out. Full Buller, 79. Craig Gieslingham on 7. So Mark Davies is reintroduced and is greeted with a boundary. Not the start Mark Davies would have been looking for. Remember, his 2 overs was very expensive. 2 overs for 25. He bowled from the other end when he started. Now he's swapped ends. First delivery goes for 4. Immediate pressure on Mark Davies. And Australia will be mindful. They'll know that Can is bowled out, Madhusingha is bowled out, and Phillips has one left. Two bowlers specifically that they took a liking to, Paul Eadie and Mark Davies, has a lot of overs to bowl. Big area from Davies, left arm spinner. So he needs to do something for his team. Puller is on 83. Puller smacks it back towards the long on boundary. So we have a mid-wicket, let's rather call him a cow corner player that's defending the boundary. Then there's a deep mid-wicket, long on, long off, and a sweep on the cover fence. That's the field is protecting 4. We have a short third man, backward point, both in the circle. Extra cover is protected in the inner circle. And that's exactly the fielder that will cut this off. So anything really that, if Davies misses his areas, anything that you literally prod onto the offside in a backward point region, I'm not talking straight, not short cover, but anything sort of towards point is a guaranteed single. They're going to think too, and they'll take one on for the arm. That's the longest part of this field, that area that they're hitting towards. That's where you can really get the twos. So Phil Puller is now the official top scorer of the innings. Darren Rasmussen made 83 earlier today. Opened the innings with Paul Bennett, and their opening stand was worth 72. Seven overs remain. Puller 86, Gislingham has 8 again. Please don't be too mindful of your screen and the individual scores that you are looking at. We have had our technical difficulties this morning, so we will reset that department when we have our lunch break of 30 minutes. What is important is the team score that you are looking at. That is correct. It's 215 for 4. The overs column, that department is 1 over ahead of the game, so we are 38 overs in. There's 7 overs to go. 45 overs per team. So the 215 for 4, that's the one you can follow. And then we'll reset everything during the lunch break, and then give you all the accurate numbers when we return for the Welsh batting effort. It's been grey skies above for, well, pretty much since we arrived. At one stage, a touch of blue was visible right above us, but that's disappeared. So nice and cool afternoon now in South Africa, 10 to 2 local time. Maximum of 25 degrees predicted, and the threat of rain is there, but more a light drizzle, and that will come into play at about 6 o'clock this evening. That's 4 hours away. But I don't think that rain will interrupt proceedings or have an effect in this afternoon's outcome. Yep, Rodway returns. His initial burst was 5 overs. that cost 26. Cut away for an easy one. It's always on offer in that region. Again, any contact towards point is one guaranteed. Slightly short allows the batter to go onto the back foot and they'll race through for two. Full puller is 88 not out. Craig Gislingham is 9. Keep up to the stumps. Again, too short. This is perfectly placed but in a gap, but it's going to be cut off by Malik Madrasinghe. That takes full puller to the nervous 90s. 11 fours in his 66 balls stay at the crease. Yeah, that's unfortunately again the story for Gavin Rodway. Just too short, slightly short of a length that allows the batter to rock back and pull onto the leg side. So that's just been where he's missed the length slightly. And we're talking small margins, but it's just set up and allowed Australia to work that leg side. The majority of the runs really have come on the onside. There is more straight and straight, knocked towards can't cut off the one. But Craig Gislingham, he'll try and feed as much of the strike over to full puller. Puller 91, Craig Gislingham has double figures. If you're superstitious, yeah, now's a good time to raise the feet. 2, 2, 2 for 4. That's the official score. So, I know cricketers, that's normally part and parcel of some cricketers, maybe not everybody, but there's certainly enough of them going around in the world. Remember umpire Dave Shepherd used to hop around 1-1, 2-2-2, 3-3-3. So that is something that you also sort of feel uncomfortable with. Now is the right time to do it. 6 to go. That's a full one, friendly full toss. Could have been really knocked into any gap. Thankfully, from a Welsh perspective, Mark Davis, it only cost him 1. He's starting his 4th over, 3 overs for 33 now, 3.1 overs for 34. Again, it's too full, hit towards the mid-wicket boundary. Lots of work needing to be done by Malik Madrasinghe. That's a better, not out, says the umpire. Well, he produced the appeal, so he gave himself a chance, Mark Davies. Bullet 92, Gislingham 11. Just waits for that beautifully with a bit of momentum, gives it a good tap towards long on. Bit over for Davies so far. Don't want to put the commentator's curse on him, but the one thing that he can't do is drop short. Cut towards the sweep on the offside fence. on course to produce his best over of the innings. Still a ball to go. Launches. Patricinger has to make up some ground. He won't get there before. Not the way that Davies would have wanted to finish his over, but unfortunately, from a Welsh perspective, it's another 8. Gislingham on to 16. Puller on 93. And we've reached the last 5 overs. 230 for the loss of 4. One of the last 5 will be bowled by Gavin Rodway. 6 overs for 33, his analysis. Interesting that Matt Phillips took himself off with 1 over to spare. He bowled 8 overs, 1 for 51. Probably felt that seam was the right approach to finish the innings, and that Australia were probably expecting and quite comfortable against the spin. But with Mark Davies going at 10 to the over, well, 10.3 to the over, I wonder if he might think that the 1 over that he does have, that he might bowl it from the other end, or the Davies end. Still have to make up a couple of overs because there's 5 left. One of those will be bowled by the man that opened proceedings. Well, that's gifted Australia an extra run. Need to be tight in these final overs. So before this delivery, 30 legal deliveries, a runner ball, that's a guaranteed 260. So it's already going to be an imposing score. Again, a reminder, it's a great batting track. It's a good one, a good nut by the opener, Gavin Rodway. So difficult to get that away. Puller has 95. Gislingham 16. Rodway in his 7th over. Puller needs 5. He's on strike. Well, nervous 90s is a funny thing. If you can resonate and you're at home, and you'll know what that does. You have all the momentum, all the tempo, everything's going according to plan, and suddenly someone just has a little whisper in your ear and says, "You need 5 for 100." It's 100 for Australia. It's 100 in an international event, and you just tighten up slightly. What he would like is something short that he can pull to square leg that's vacant. Well, he now has a bit of a smack against the grain. Hands on head from Gavin Rodway. And the worst feeling in the nervous 90s, if you get to around 96, 97 and you throw your wicket away, that's not the nicest feeling. Gislingham on strike. Shaped to play towards leg. It's straightened, and again, just appreciating great running from Australia, especially a man that's been there for the good majority of the innings. 73 balls that Phil Puller has faced, and still supporting his partner in running the one very hard and then going back towards the bowler's end. Still very fit, these players. Well, you have to be. You've been involved in quite the schedule if you're Australia. Practice game, 3-day game, T20, now 45 overs. This is the area I spoke about, the one that's just tapped onto the leg side. Square leg is vacant, and it's going to trickle towards the boundary. It won't get there, but will be another easy 2. Will be over, and that means we now throw our attention to Phil Puller. Gislingham has 20 of 29 deliveries. Puller 96 of 73. Strike rate 131.51. 11 fours. 4 overs remain. Mark Davies will bowl again. 4 overs for 41. Does he do this in singles? Does he do it in twos? Does he wait for the bad ball and potentially get it in one blow? David will know that there's another milestone approaching. Again, don't be mindful of what you're looking at on the scorecard on your television screen. I can tell you he's on 96, make that 97. So there's one of the four that he requires. Loud shout of no as it trickles back towards the bowler. Well, Wales would just want to get through this as best they can. This last four over spell, 3 and a bit overs that's remaining in the innings. Limit the damage where they can. Gislingham just opens his shoulders, pushes it onto the offside and gets one. 97 puller. That's towards a fielder on the fence. So at the moment, it's being done in ones. 2 runs to get. That's Phil Puller's individual objective. There was a slight opportunity there. Davies is tossing it up. Again, on course to produce his best over of the innings. The last time I said that he went for 4. I hope I haven't done him in again. It is back towards the square leg fence, but there's some a man positioned perfectly for that shot. And it is the end of Davies' over, and he's best one of the spell. Gislingham keeps the strike. I'm sure Fuller's family and friends, wherever they are watching, might be getting closer towards the screens and anticipating something special. For Phil, Craig Gislingham is 22. So again, if you are watching, I hope you're watching with sound on, because you might be thinking that he's 7 away and miss the moment. Although I'm sure that the bat will be in the air and he'll get the appreciation if he gets there. In the meantime, our attention is with Rodway. Cut is over the top towards the third man fence. Only one. So here we go again. Full puller against Gavin Rodway. I just wonder if there's an opportunity for Matt Phillips to say, let me bring the field in and make it difficult, or force Full puller to go over the top to earn the 100. It's too late now. He's in his stride and the field hasn't moved. Here we go, here we go, here we go. Is there an opportunity? Gislingham will turn and think about it and then say no. Almost thought that Gislingham was going to take it on, run that second one and get his partner to 100. That's also such an important aspect of the game, is just being match aware and where you can potentially get your partner to a milestone. Not on that occasion, so Puller is doing it in singles. He needs one. Gislingham facing up. Straight and true, aerial, fielder tracking back, wicket. So it is a wicket for Gavin Rodway. Gislingham departs the scene. His contribution 22. Fifth wicket falls for Australia, with the score on 243. Gets good applause from the Australian dugout. Hit one boundary in his stay at the crease. Looks like Stuart Crisp has been elevated up the order. I had John Short or Jim Johnston down to come in next, but they have opted for Stuart Crisp, who has 35 on his back. Stuart Crisp, tall member of staff, can certainly hit a long ball. Busy with over number 43. Remember, it's 45 overs per team. Our electronic scoreboard on screen says we're busy with over 44, so that's incorrect. There's 2 overs to go. And Phil Puller has 99, not 96. Craig Slingham is out. Chris is cleaned up first ball. So it's bang bang for Wells and for Gavin Rodway, and the most uncomfortable walk back to the dugout is this one. You walk in, you take guard, and you walk back. James Johnson is the keeper of Australia and the next man in. So surely, Matt Phillips, surely you give your fielder or your bowler every opportunity to get a hat-trick. Bring in everybody. At worst, what's it going to cost? The boundary in the cause of a hat-trick? I would offer that up. I would give those odds up. Give him another catcher. Give him a slip. Give him a short cover. Someone on the leg side. No one has moved. Maybe they're too stiff. Maybe they've just said enough's enough. We're not going to move any more than we should. Gavin Rodway on a hat-trick. James Johnson on strike. James Johnson presses forward and says, "No, I'm not going to be that player. I'm not. I'm not going to be the third man out in succession." So hat-trick avoided. Still one delivery to negotiate. But Gavin Rodway has come back nicely. 5 overs for 26 to start off with. And he's about to finish his 8th. Conceded 42. But he's picked up 2 wickets back to back. Johnson just leans back and looks at the cut opportunity, misses. Wicket, dot for Gavin Rodway to finish that over. And this now brings all the attention towards the man on 99, Phil Puller. Is it going to be his moment? Two overs to go. 243 for the loss of 6. The man bowling at him is Mark Davies. Seen enough of Mark to know exactly what's going to be put down. Matt Phillips is not making it difficult. There's all the field is still out. It's going to be a free single on offer. A push on the offside, push on the leg side. There's the one on the offside. They run through, and he'll take the applause. Congratulations, Phil Fuller, to his family and friends. Look at what it means. Arms raised. And the camaraderie is very evident. First one to congratulate him is Mark Davies. Look at how they're running in. That's brilliant to see. Well done, Wales. What a moment. You get 100 for your country at any level, in any tournament. Well done to you, sir. Well done, Phil Fuller. The 100 coming from 77 deliveries, 11 fours, strike rate of 129.87. It's a special knock. James Johnson will get off the mark. Huge sigh of relief then for our Centurion, Phil Fuller. And now he can really deliver the onslaught. Penultimate over. He's done his job, more than his job. First reaction after scoring the ton is hitting out towards the mid-wicket boundary. One bounce straight to the fielder. Davis is racing through his over. Big shot given. Another LBW. Mark Davies in the wickets column. Third LBW decision of the innings out of the 7 wickets to fall. And all 3 LBWs have come from this end. So Johnson comes and goes. He's out for 1. Australia at one stage 243 for 4, so it's just changed slightly. They've lost their way in this latter part. Too many wickets in quick succession. I was talking about a 260 score just on singles at one stage, and now suddenly it's changed somewhat. But the first delivery that the new man faces is off to the fence. And that will be the end of Davis's contribution with the ball today. Lovely start for John Short. And that's also the 250 up in style for Australia. 250 for 7. Mark Davies, 6 overs, 1 for 52. And that will be his final analysis, because we have reached the conclusion of the Australian batting innings. 250 for 7. And Gavin Rodway is entrusted with the last over. He's bowling to... I'm going to say one of the 2 stars of the show, because you have to give Darren Rasmussen credit as well. He made 83 of 74 balls. But nudging him in the play of the match department candidate at this stage, because Wales still have to bat, is Phil Fuller on to 103. But Darren Rasmussen's innings was really good. 83 of 74, included 10 fours. Second Australia's innings with a partnership with Paul Bennett that brought 72. 103 straight up in the air. Is this going to be the way he's going to depart? Indeed it is. Rodway gets his 3rd wicket, went back to back in his previous over. And Australia now 250 for 8. That'll be a bit of a concern because, again, I'll go back to 243 for 4 has become 250 for 8. But Fuller will take in all the applause as he walks off the field. It's been a superb knock. The videos are out, cameras are out, making moments that they can share with Fuller later. Cap off. You won't see it in screen, but on screen I can tell you they've made a little welcome home gathering just off the boundary, and everyone giving him deserved high fives. Excellent knock. The videos will be shared with him and on the WhatsApp groups and probably back home. Fuller standing on my left, and I must say I gave him a little applause myself. He's hasn't gone into the change room. He's standing on my left and get something to drink. Well deserved. Final points being written in this innings, and then I'll give you a brief summary of the scorecard before we have our late lunch, which will be 30 minutes, and then Wales will start their reply. Well, Gavin Rodway, to his credit, has come back beautifully. 5 overs for 26, and his second over, or his second spell, has been more accurate and more rewarding as well. Asked the right questions. Craig Willis and John Short batting for Australia. 72 for 1, 140 for 2, 161 for 3, 173 for 4, 243 for 5. And then too many wickets in close proximity. This is a brilliant straight drive, and we'll have enough wheels to get to the fence. So a late flourish to round off proceedings for Australia. Craig Willis helps himself to a boundary. And that leaves one delivery. Gavin Rodway, 3 for 50 off his 8.5 overs. You know, they would be talking about, surely it's just see ball, hit ball. It's a slowish one. It's a big shout, and it's a favourable finger from the umpire. Yet another LBW. And Gavin Rodway, in his initial burst, no success there of his first 5-over spell, but he's come back and he's picked up 4 wickets, to full credit to Gavin Rodway. Well done for the character shown to come back and pick up wickets. So that will be that from an innings perspective. Australia will finish on 258 for 9. I'll run you through the scorecard. Darren Rasmussen, 83. Paul Bennett, 19. Phil Puller, 103. Clint Kebble, 6. Glenn Innings, 4. Craig Keslingham, 23. Stuart Crisp, a first ball duck. James Johnson, 1. And Craig Willis, the last man out, trapped in front with his score on 6. The not out belongs to John Short. And Mitch Woods did not go out towards the middle. 258 for 9. I'll run you through the bowling card. Gavin Rodway, 4 for 50 off his 9 overs. Mother Singer, 9 overs, 1 for 34. For me, he was the pick of the bowlers. Although he didn't get the credit in the wickets column, he was really accurate and built up a lot of pressure up front. Shared the new ball with Gavin Rodway. Bowled through uninterrupted. 9 overs on the trot, 1 for 34. Paul Eadie bowled 4 overs for 32. Mark Davies, 6 overs, 1 for 52. Mike Can was superb again. 9 overs, 2 for 37. And Matt Phillips, having conceded 14 of his first over, also came back and picked up a wicket, 1 for 51 of his 8 overs. We'll have a 30-minute break, and then Wales will come out and see if they can chase down the score that has been left for them by Australia. 259 is what Wales need for victory just outside Franschoek this afternoon. Good afternoon and welcome back to Groot Drakenstein Games Club. Just outside of a town called Franschoek. We are in South Africa and it is the Over-55 International Cricket Tournament. The focus on 45 overs per side. Slightly delayed start, unfortunately, but we are up and running, and Australia really impressed in the innings of 258 for 9. And Wales now starting their innings, their reply, see if they can get themselves over the line and chase down what is definitely an imposing target. Rasmussen scoring 83 at the top of the order for Australia, but the man of the moment was Phil Fuller, 103 from 80 deliveries that included 11 fours. Neil Williams and Geraint Davies opening for Wales. So just to complete that scorecard, 258 for 9. Australia probably feel that they lost their way somewhat. At one stage, 243 for 4, and then 243 for 5, 243 for 6, back-to-back wickets, and then 246 for 7, 252 for 8, 258 for 9. So you'll probably say that Australia would have wanted a touch more just based on where they found themselves. But very good and disciplined bowling, especially towards the back end from Gavin Rodway. He picked up 4 for 50. His initial spell was 5 overs for 26. Malit Madarasinghe was superb, 9 overs, 1 for 34. He shared the new ball with Gavin Rodway. Mark Davies picking up 1 for 52. Mike Can again delivering just the all-round ability of Mike Can coming to the fore. 9 overs, 2 for 37. And Matt Phillips, the captain himself, made a contribution with the ball. 8 overs, 1 for 51. So all about the chase now. Richard Anderson opening the bowling for Australia. A lot of left-handers in this Welsh team. They'll be confronted with many of them. Yeah, the Aussie bowlers. Cloudy skies above, which you won't see on screen. Maximum temperature of 25 degrees. And there's the possibility of, I'm going to say, a light drizzle towards the end of the day, more than rain. That's a lovely off drive for 4. That's a great start for Neil Williams and Wales in the pursuit of this 259 target. That is the end of the first over. Richard Anderson conceding 8 off it. Well, certainly in with a shout. They've got a very powerful batting lineup, and it's perfect batting conditions. Before the toss, I went out to have a look at the pitch. There's really no indentations. This pitch specifically that they're playing on was saved for this fixture. And when I say saved for this fixture, a lot of cricket being played on this ground. It's end of season in South Africa. But they've been treated and spoiled by the groundsmen. This is really a good batting strip. Stuart Crisp, well, he did not contribute with the bat. First ball duck for Stuart. He'll want to rectify that with the ball in hand. This format, 45 overs per team. The initial power play consists of 15 overs. You allow 3 players out of the inner circle. Second section will be overs 16 to 30, where you allowed 4 players out of the ring. And overs 31 to 45, a maximum of 5 fielders in that boundary saving positions. Standing umpires, both from South Africa, Chris Ruiz and Rian Barkhuizen. First ball from Crisp, and Neil Williams tries to smash it towards the leg side. It's a vacant area. There's a solitary fielder in the inner ring protecting one, but nothing behind him. And it is Rasmussen who's in that position. Really played his part with the 83. That's outside off stump and perfect lines and questions being asked of Neil Williams. It's a very strong slip cordon. Australia have said that they want to make the new ball talk. And the little movement that is available with the cloudy conditions and the new ball in hand, they feel that they have a chance to maybe establish a breakthrough with exactly that type of shot. So invite the drive on the offside and then bring those grabbers into play. So it's a first slip, second slip, and a gully that's behind the stumps. And we never really saw. Good start for Stuart Crisp and Australia. That's better from both bowler and batter. Big responsibility rests on the shoulders of Neil Williams and Graham Davis. Well, now that Australia got off to a good start, 72 for that first wicket. And yes, they fell away towards the latter stages, but 259, it's still worth talking about. It's a big score, and you'll need a good start. That's the end of a very tidy Stuart Crisp over. So Crisp, a maiden next to his name. Richard Anderson will continue. So it's seam up for Australia to start off with. Drinks will be taken at 15 overs. So they have 2 drinks breaks scheduled at 15 and at 30. Davies to get off the mark. He's stuck on 0. This left hand opening combo for Wales as well. Great Davis, 54 years young. Very productive 2025 where he scored 500s. That's cut straight to the man, gone! Straight to Blackwood point. Hardly had to move. Australia have an early wicket in the bank. I've just spoken him up. And that's the end of Graham Davies. Big moment already, early doors. When you are chasing 259, you need a good start. And Wales have lost their first wicket. Neil Williams, 63 years old, so he's gone for a duck. He played in the first Seniors World Cup in Sydney in 2018, then in Cape Town in 2020, and also went to Chennai in India in 2024 as an over 60. So he's been around the world. Not his first visit to South Africa, but that's a big wicket, and Australia will appreciate what he means in their greater cause. So Anderson runs away with his tail up. That's cut away with offered. And Wells says thank you very much. And it's a boundary to get off the mark. William out, and it's Davies with Davies. So Geraint has been joined by Adrian. Adrian Davies, 56-year-old. He was captain of his local team for 20 years, his local club team, leading his club from Sunday friendlies to Division 2 of the SWCA. Wrapped on the pads, slip cord and went up in unison, but umpire says no. And Adrian Davies, bit of a story behind him, took all 10 wickets for 21 runs against Magam in 2002. Now it's all about what he does with the willow. They're waiting behind, pushes towards the ball and gets enough of it to go backward of point, and very slow to run that first one. Opportunity might have been there to think about the second, but not really when you just sort of jogging through for one. Finally, some blue skies above. That's very good news for the players. Very comfortable conditions, but we do see blue skies for the first time today. Sun shining on Australia at the moment. That was what lacked in the Welsh bowling effort. Is just building pressure from both ends. When Australia batted, Malith Maturasinghe was very tight. Gavin Rodway struggled in the beginning, then they swapped to Paul Eadie. He went for 32 or 4 overs. Mark Davies, in his initial spell, was very expensive. He came back, took a wicket, finished with 1 for 52. But from the end that Anderson had just completed his second over, that's where Wales really kept themselves in the contest. That was the Maturasinghe initial end. Mike Can did a job, and then Davies came back and finished the innings. But Australia have started very well from both ends. So that leaves Grant Davies still to get off the mark, and Adrian getting off the mark. First ball up. First delivery, smashed it to the boundary. Stuart will run away and start his second over. Again, that long forward lunge from right-hander Davies. It's probably just easier to say the right-hander and the left-hander, because they're both Davies. A subtle change that's been made by the Aussie skipper, who is Clint Kebble. So he's taken out the second slip. It's keeper, first slip, gully. Then the ball short. That's not the setup. Maybe the double bluff to say I'm going to bowl full and then you drop it short. But there's no one that can potentially catch that. Anything that you turn around to square is vacant real estate. So that's not going to threaten anyone specifically. So it's another 2 to the right-hander Davies, Adrian. The whole square leg area is vacant. Inside the ring, outside the ring. So that tap into exactly that space can be 2 if they run the first one hard, which they've done. Always 2. So what Chris will have to do is just readjust slightly and get more onto a full stump line, just to take that prod onto the leg side out of play. And if it's just too straight, you can turn your bat, turn your wrist, and it's a guaranteed 1 and maybe even 2. As you're looking at this ground and the pictures, the leg side boundary, as you're looking at it, is the shorter boundary. Oh, that's just short of the keeper. So each produced, that's exactly what Stuart Crisp wants. He wants Davies to play towards the offside. It's faint edge, Ball stayed low, dropped just before the keeper's gloves. That's Johnston. Johnston is the Aussie keeper. Very, very close. So for James Johnson, it's going to be interesting. Does he take half a step up? They say hindsight isn't exact science, but it'd probably be advised to take half a step up, which he now does. As Chris runs forward, he nudges forward as well, and I think that'll be a better position for him because there's not no real alarming carry or anything that will make you uncomfortable or make you jump, even with a new ball. The pitch is true. You've got to really dig it in short to get towards shoulder height of the batter. And Adrian Davies is well, both Davies batters are tall in stature, so bans shouldn't really be a problem. One batting without a cap or a white brim or a helmet, the other one has a cap on. Right-hander Davies has a cap on, and left-hander has nothing. He's left his white brim hat in his kit bag, and his helmet is off the field, and you can understand why. It's really not alarming pace, and the pitch is true and fair. Gives a little step forward and goes over the top, gets four. Beautiful shot by Greg Davies. And that's how he gets off the mark. Attractive way to get himself going. Welcome back to Groot Drakenstein Games Club. Apologies for the loss in transmission. We had a power outage in Franschoek, but we are back up and running. So 34-1, you haven't missed too much since the last time I spoke to you. Australia 258 for 9, just to bring you up to speed, especially for our viewers that are just joining our broadcast. Welcome to you. Australia's innings brilliantly set up by two big scores. Phil Puller, who scored a century today, really was fantastic. 103 of 80 deliveries, and Darren Rasmussen, who made 83 at the top of the order. That was the two mainstays of the innings, and you join us just at the right time where Australia strike again. Well, it depends who you are supporting, of course. Mitchell Woods' introduction has yielded immediate success. It is the second wicket down for Wales. Neil Williams departed for 8. And now, unfortunately, they lose yet another wicket. Greg Davies, the left-hander of the two Davies that batted, he's on his way. Ideal start for Australia. Not so much for Wales. Greg Davies trapped in front by Mitchell Woods in his first over. And that means that Alan Webster will join Williams at the crease, or Davies at the crease. Alan Webster with number 5 on his back. Did quite a lot of fielding on the boundary today. He moved around, Alan Webster. He's been involved in club cricket since 1983. Also represented Wales in the World Cup in Colombo. But now there's a massive task on his shoulders. Brilliant change by Cable, the captain of Australia, to get Woods on. That one just moves off the seam, shaping towards the slip cord, and that's too in place. The first step in more of a gully, and then backward point. Woods of a short run, straight and full, asking the right questions of Alan Webster. We're still going to find his feet, get used to the pace of the pitch. Slightly shorter and wraps him on the gloves. A brilliant shot that from Adrian Davies. Alan Webster still to get off the mark. Craig Gislingham's arrival is greeted with a boundary. Spin will play a key part. Well, I think of one, and why is it? And the non-striker Webster played a big role then. It's normally the non-striker's call when the ball is behind square, and Webster saw that Davies was just advancing. He was fancying the one, but Webster was always going to run to the danger end. And he felt he wasn't going to make his ground, and he was right. Oh, that's unlucky for Australia and lucky for Wales. It's an inside edge that beats everyone in 4 signals by the umpire. Different day, you chop that onto your stumps. You just lean back and play towards the offside. It caught the bottom of the bat or the inside half of the bat, went down and went down at some speed. So little victory for Craig Gislingham, but Davies still there with 21 next to his name. Alan Webster still to get off the mark. This is going to be a good little battle with spin introduced by Australia very early. Remember the power play period, not the traditional 10 overs that you might be accustomed to. This one is 15 overs, but you allowed 3 players outside the inner circle. That is already a difference where in your modern game, the first 10 overs, you allow two out of the circle. Quicker, wrapped on the pads. Australia are convinced. Australia are 100% convinced that they had their third, but they need the decision from the umpire. As it struck and they all went up, you almost thought, well, it's almost going to be a given, but the convincing shot, not enough to put the umpire off. And Welsh will continue to fight, and they have to keep fighting. They have to keep believing. Big players still to come. You think of a Mike Can. That's a prized wicket any day of the week. .42 for 2 after 8 overs. Successful Wood start, and he'll continue. Running to Alan Webster, who still has to get a run under the belt. Mitchell Woods, what a start, 1 for 0. That's good as they come. Okay, so Webster has taken a small step out of his crease. So he's batting, he wants to meet the ball on the full, and that's what he does, straight to the field that's at mid-off. So different games within the game, and I like what Alan Webster is doing. He's saying, okay, I appreciate that you're pulling back your length and there's a bit of swing on offer. So I'm going to try and meet the ball on the half volley. That one he shapes towards leg, then takes 3 or 4 paces down the track. His partner not quite alert to the single, and now with the throw and the miss by the keeper, Johnston, they can trot through for a single. Pressure is building. It's been a very disciplined, organised start by Australia. They've hit their lines well. So Webster is finally off the mark. Davis, his right foot is right on the crease line. And now he reaches forward. He has a long reach. So just to give you the differences in approach and the way that they take their stance, the way they face up to the bowler. Davis's right foot is on the crease line, and Webster just a touch out of his crease. What you find between these two, Davies is a bit of a trigger movement, and almost the first step towards the bowler, and then he reshapes wherever the ball is going to either cut towards the offside or then play on the leg side. There he goes, one step, reaches out, sticks out the bat, ball goes towards the leg side, and he'll get one. Another very good over from Mitchell Woods. He's been impressive since he was introduced by Kebble. 44 for 2, 215 more required. 259 is the golden number for Wales. Adrian Davies on 22, Alan Webster on 1. And we've had 9 very quick overs. Australia will make a change in the field. Rasmussen, who spent a lot of time out in the middle, is walking off the field. So he's going to be substituted. His body must be taking a lot of blows. Australia have been here for quite some time. Played in the 3-day test against the SA Rhinos. Played a warm-up game on this very field. T20 competition behind the belt or under the belt, and here we go with 45 over cricket. So a couple of rest days in between, but you've got to be fit. Craig Slingham, I just feel that something's going to give. I wonder if Welsh are just going to go on the onslaught here. They took 8 off his previous over 2 fours. One was a lucky inside edge that went towards the fine leg boundary. But he's going spending a bit of time in his field set. There's a clear plan of action now to potentially get out Adrian Davies. Solidly man behind the stumps is the keeper, Johnston, who he has both hands on his hips. The good news from South Africa is that the power outage is done. We have power restored to the venue, so we had to do a switch between the generator and normal power, and we hope that is the last of the interruptions. So back we go towards the game. 47 for 2. Mitchell Woods has been superb. 1 for 4. Again, with the resets, apologies for the information on the screen, and by there's an appeal, but not from the bowler, more from behind. But Woods turned around, walked towards his mark, so he wasn't convinced. So please ignore the individual numbers. The reality is that Adrian Davies has 22, Alan Webster has 1. The score 47 for 2, that's spot on. So you can follow that score. Mitchell Woods is bowling, it is the 11th over. But now another big appeal from Australia. It's all happening, but Mitch Woods turned around again. If everyone else is going up, it's as if they just in unison. If one goes up, everyone goes up. But Mitchell Woods has been almost unplayable. 1 for 4. He's getting movement, and these keep and 2 catches behind the stumps. Davies walks away, has to reset his mind, goes towards square leg, comes back, takes guard. Here we go. The battle continues. This time it's Fuller, and he can get the bat on the ball and into the gap. Lovely shot from Davies. We'll get 2. Woods with another superb over. 1 for 6. His analysis of 3 overs. Required run rate 6.2. Davies almost fell into the trap as well, having just told you that our score is incorrect. So I'll update you from the scoring app as well. So officially it's 49 for 2, 26 to Adrian Davies, 1 Alan Webster. That is the official score. Mitch Woods, 3 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 6. Stuart Crisp, 3 overs, 1 maiden, 0 for 9. Richard Anderson, slightly expensive, 3 overs, 1 for 25. And Craig Gislingham, 2 overs for 9. It is Gislingham who will start his third over. Big shot again, raised finger this time. That's the end of Webster. Okay, Gislingham, it was such a good battle between him and Adrian Davies in his previous over. They've asked a couple of questions towards the umpires in the last while, and now they get one in their favour. Alan Webster departs the scene having made only one. The Wales in all sorts of trouble as Jason Fenn joins Adrian Davies at the crease. Jason Fenn, the keeper of Wales. Just been such a disciplined bowling display by Australia, and they are constantly at the Welsh batsmen. Gislingham, I think, just taken a wicket. Oh, should we? They finally go for the through for the one. Pressure times this for Wales, and the responsibility is on the shoulders of Adrian Davies. 50 is a long way away from that 259 target. It's quicker from Gislingham. Turn onto the onside. They'll push hard for one, but then halfway through the piece, they say, no, this can't be converted. Gislingham has buried speed nicely. Draws the batter forward, and then he wants to bring the pad into play. And that's how he got the LBW decision as well. Again, nice and full, but a bit of turn away from the right-hander. I would just, from an Australian perspective, bring that short cover slightly more towards the batter, maybe 2 or 3 steps. But he is there, it's very visible. So they say in Wales, if you want to go on to the expansive offside drive, then there's a short catcher, and if you don't time it, that could be a big problem for you. So 51 for 3, and it's all about the visual aspect, because Davis will be, you'll see him, he's right there. Same with Finn, who's new to the crease. So got to be mindful of exactly what the bowler is trying to do. That's slightly quicker and just back of a length. Very good and tidy over from Craig Gislingham. Moving very quickly through these overs as we approach the first drinks break, scheduled at 15. Maybe just a bit of a rundown of what's happening elsewhere. The SA Rhinos in Durbanville Cricket Club, so Durbanville for our international community. It's plus minus 20 to 30 kilometers from Cape Town, if that. SA Rhinos an impressive 243 for 5 of their allotted overs against Zimbabwe. And Zimbabwe replying 83 for 3 after 23 overs. That's up in the air. Will drop short, just short of the fielder. Spirit of Cricket World 11. They made 247 all out, one ball shy of their allotted 45. Canada 122 for 5 after 27 in reply. And USA playing Spirit of Cricket Masters 11. USA 356 for 7 or 45. Spirit of Cricket Masters 11, 114 for 4 after 27 overs. That's what's happening elsewhere across the province. Woods has just been absolutely phenomenal. Where do you score the next run? Ones and ones is not enough at this stage. Big throw coming in from Australia. No real chance at a run out, but the boundary option against Woods has been almost non-existent unless you do something out of the ordinary. You've got to make the play. He's going to keep on pressing outside off stump, the one that comes straighter, doesn't swing. Still at this stage of the match, 13th over, you've got 2 slips in play. That'll again just highlight how good he has been. Constantly giving you that line and length that the captain is asking for, and that means that Australia can employ an aggressive field, a wicket-taking field, more than relaxing fielders and conceding easy ones. Mid-on is up. I'm trying to find anyone that's outside of the inner circle at this stage, and I can't find one. So that just shows the aggression from Australia. They're asking for Welsh to go over the top. That's a square drive and a beauty. Brilliantly executed. Races away for 4. What a for Jason Finn to announce his first boundary on the scorecard. That's textbook from Finn. First real boundary scoring opportunity, but again, it needed a good shot, good execution from Finn. Woods will draw back the line, beats his man outside off stump. And you have a good view at it. Watching from the Woods end, you can appreciate what he's doing with the ball and what he's trying to achieve as well. Just look at that. It's excellent from Woods. It's just kissing the outside edge. It's just there or thereabouts. Another promising over comes to an end. .56 for 3 it is. Jason Finn has 5. Adrian Davies has 26. So again, the 29 not 100% accurate. After the power outage and the reset that the power came back on at the venue, unfortunately, it does affect the technology that we use. But I will keep you up to date as to the individual scores. The team score perfectly on song, 56 for 3. 13 overs has come and gone as Gislingham starts another over. The press and beaten outside off stump. This is a beautiful battle to watch between spinner and batter. Adrian Davies, he's well set. He's been there for quite some time. He's on 29 and still being beaten outside off stump. For Gislingham, there's a couple of boundary runners. Mid-wicket boundary is protected and nudged onto the onside. That's always a guaranteed single. No one protecting one there. And Australia will say, that's fine. We want you to play around your pad. Quick and straight. And if it hits the pads and you've played around the wrong line and it's on course, then you can have potential difficulty and problems. Finn now off a strike to Gislingham. It's full. Straight back to the bowler. That short cover stone place. I like that field placing from Australia. It's purely inviting the drive, but being mindful that if I don't time it correctly, then it could be a hazard. This time dropped shorter from Gislingham. Finn works it into the gap again will only get a single. They do consider two, but the throw is good enough. They've complemented each other well, Woods and Gislingham, as a bowling partnership. They've done extremely well, and they've applied pressure from both ends. And you almost stand then as a batter, you think, oh, okay, I've got to take on the spinner. I'm almost forced to take on the spinner because Woods is just bowling too well. He's not giving me anything. So do I make a play against the spinner at my peril, or do I chance my arm and it comes off and I've taken a couple of runs? And when you are chasing a formidable score, you've got to think about where am I going to get the boundary options from. At this stage, even the singles and the twos are difficult to come by. Gislingham with another promising over, 1 for 13 or 4. Davies on 31, Fenn on 5. 58 for 3 after 14 overs. Which continues. This time pushes his man back towards the stumps. Just showing that he's not going to only dish it up full and outside off. A very dangerous batter that Wales still has in their armory called Mike Gann. He's padded up and ready to go. Hopefully, from his own point of view, he'll say that hopefully another 20 overs passes before he's needed. But Mitchell Woods, 1 for 11, busy with his 5th over. Each bowler allotted 9 over quota. Just perfect from Mitchell Woods. And as a batter, you also have to appreciate a good spell from a bowling pair. And then you've got to wait it out and say, well, we play the waiting game. Australia will have to make a change at some stage. But then your tempo required and the catch-up work that you need to be doing, that becomes increasingly more difficult. So it is a crucial part of the game, crucial spell, and it can go wrong in so many different ways. You add another 1 or 2 wickets in the column, and Australia are halfway there. You say wait it out and reassess, and you still have the better part of 30 overs. The run rate it's definitely not unmanageable. But against these two, Woods and Gislingham, it's proving a challenge. Keep up to the stumps. It's great keeping from Johnston. And a good, again, the thinking tank. It's constantly working in overdrive. Australia is saying, well, we're not going to just sit back. We're going to press, make you make the play. And then when you get the straighter one and you have the opportunity to nudge it around the corner, you miss out. And that's just the extra storylines within a storyline. Mitchell Woods has bowled 5 overs, 1 for 11. They are going to come off the field for a drinks break. It will be a brief one, but when you rejoin us, it's going to be an uphill battle for Wales. The first third of this reply is done. 15 overs gone, 58 for 3. Adrian Davies has 31. Jason Finn has 5. drinks has come and gone. You are back with us just outside Franschoek, a lovely town in South Africa, in the Western Cape. And at the moment, all going according to plan for Australia as they try and defend 259 against Wales in the first of our 45 over match days. The first edition of the tournament, or the first part of the tournament, was dedicated towards T20 cricket. And at the moment, it's very tight. Craig Gislingham, they've certainly turned in the screws, Gislingham and Woods specifically, and a rebuilding phase. That's what we're watching from Wales and Jason Finn and Adrian Davies, having lost 3 quick wickets. Quick from Gislingham. Oh, and then it's down, and he's sitting. Could have been. Oh, this is a good tussle. Gislingham has looked threatening throughout. 1 for 13, busy with his 5th over. So he's bowled 4 deliveries and nothing's gone off the square. It's the first over after the resumption. And well, also we can't really afford to lose another wicket. Oh, there's half an appeal from the keeper. For one moment, Finn, or Davis rather, lifted his foot, and there was a brief moment for a stumping opportunity. An excellent start for Craig Gislingham after the drinks break. A reminder that our second power play period is now enforced. Over 16 to 30. That's when you're allowed an additional fielder out of the inner circle, so 4 in total. Now, how do the Wales go about finding a way? They need to find a way, even if it's just to put some pressure back on Australia, because at this stage, Australia are determining, they're putting the terms out there. They are dictating proceedings. They're determining the course, the tempo, speed of the match. Still, would you believe it? A slip in a gully for Woods. Goes aerial, goes over and gets 4. Well, it's a shot that was needed from a Welsh perspective. It's just been too quiet, and the runs have dried up completely. They've got to come up with a different approach. $62 for 3. Welcome boundary. Followed up by a catch. Oh no. It's that sort of day for Wales. Jason Finn has just helped himself to a boundary. Very next ball, tries to put the repeat out there. Mitch Woods puts the bait in the water, and the fish is in the bag. So Jason Finn walks back for 10, having faced 17 deliveries, 2 fours in his knock. He just went into aggressive mode. Very next ball, couldn't contain himself, and found the fielder. 4 down Wales for 62. Adrian Davies still on 27, joined by Mark Davies. Mark very expensive with ball in hand, especially in the initial stages. But he did come back to his credit. He had to bowl in a very difficult phase towards the latter stages. But cashed in, finished with 1 for 52 of his 6 overs. First two went for 25. But Welsh will say that all will be forgiven if he can produce an innings. He starts off with a 4. Square cut, lovely square cut. It will have enough to get to the fence. Something that you haven't seen too much of is width outside off from Mitch Woods.
Lucky boy.
That's good. It's a good leave as well. It's the right questions being asked by Mitchell Woods. So 4 wicket 4 dot. That's the analysis of this. His 6th over. Allowed 9, of course. So there's still a lot to contend with from a Welsh perspective. That asking line outside off stump. Mitchell Woods in the midst of a brilliant spell. Certainly ripped the heart of this Welsh fight back and Welsh reply. More than enough batting still to come. Well, certainly still in the fight. They have batting right down the order. All of them can bat. All of them can make a contribution. End of another successful over. Seventeen gone. 66 for 4. Mitch Woods, 6 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 19. Richard Anderson, 3 overs, 1 for 25. Stuart Crisp, 3 overs, 1 maiden, 0 for 9. And Craig Gislingham starting his 6th over, 1 maiden, 1 for 13. The spinner. It's just superb from Craig Gislingham. The control that he's bowled with, and it just hasn't given Wales anything to attack. And if you want to make the play, you need to do something indifferent. And 4 down, no one is taking charge of him specifically. That's quicker and will be a single. And throughout the innings, Australia has been more than happy to leave that square leg area inside the circle vacant. So they want you to play around your bat. They want you to manufacture something from sort of off stump line towards the leg side. If you're going to cut it, so something short and wide, you'll be able to cut that away effectively. Anything behind point is a guaranteed 1. The conventional sweep we haven't seen at all. If you beat the inner ring there, that should be 4. And then you can go over the top, long, mid off and mid on, both in the circle. So Gislingham is saying, if I do toss it up and you want to go the aerial route, there's an option for you to go straight and over the fielders. So not for the first time today we have Davis and Davis batting. Not the same play though. Mark is on strike at the moment. Still fairly new to the crease. Bagged first, but slanting down. No appeal from a keeper or bowler. Or a little polite inquiry. Lovely flight from Gislingham. Also well left by Mark Davies. He's on 4. Adrian on 28. So I find it interesting that Mike Cam is sitting towards my right. He's got the pads on. So is he going to go in at 7? That's very late for Mike Gann. Malet Madhurasinghe can certainly bat. He's batted up as well. Both of them sitting to my right. That's short but quicker. Another excellent over from Craig Gislingham. Only one off it. That required run rate suddenly over the 7 to the over required. And Australia won't change. They don't need to change anything. They can continue with this pair, Woods and Gislingham, until they've bowled their allotted 9. Oh, there's another little dab outside off stump. Woods still with the slip in the gully. He's got it on a string. Just been so interesting to watch the aggressive mindset from Australia. Even though the restrictions are lifted and by some way, I mean, you're allowed 4 fielders out of the inner ring, and they only have fine leg back. When you have someone bowling as Woods is doing, you can afford to do that. It's disciplined, it's accurate, and the pressure cooker is there. They continue to press in Australia. Slightly fuller. Again, you get that opportunity and then it's straight to the fielder. Adrian Davies, 28. Mark Davies, 4. It's building up. It's building up. The volcanoes. You just feel it's going to erupt. Is the shot in anger going to come? Mid-on now pressed back towards the boundary, anticipating something in anger. And then, having built up all the pressure, the ball is straight to the fielder, hits his knee, ricochets towards the right, and that allows Wells to go through for a single. Well, they call one quickly. They need to put on the scale. Oh, that's it. He sold his partner. He's just sold him down the river. It was a gentle press on the offside, but it was straight to the fielder who ran in very quickly, picked up the ball, accurate throw into the keeper's gloves, and the batter had no price. Oh, I'm sure the Welsh fines session later today will be a bit more uncomfortable. To run at the senior man, Mark Davies, you probably have to sit at the back and hopefully no one notices you. Of course, you've just run out Adrian Davies. There was no run there, really, to be quite honest. Straight to the fielder, picked up into the keeper's gloves, done for. Still no Mike Gann. That is really surprising, I have to say. Taking nothing away of the potential and the capability of Malet Madhurasinghe, but big name players, Mike Gann is still sitting with pads on towards my right. In the meantime, Adrian Davies is padding off and having a discussion about the good old days when at 18 you could probably still make that run, but with all due respect, 60 plus, 50 plus, it's not quite the same. But brilliant fielding by Australia, you have to say. Well, this does bring to an end another Mitchell Woods over the wicket. A run out, so therefore he will not get the credit. The team will get the credit, but the bowler does not get the credit for a run out. So, Mark Davies, you owe your team big. And I guess that drinks for the rest of the week. when it's Davies and Davies at the bar, will be Mark's responsibility. They have many left-handers in this team, and here is one of them, Madhura Singh, born in Sri Lanka. Very talented all-rounder, made such a contribution with the ball. I was so impressed with his new ball spell, and he bowled through. Australia were in full cry at the start of the innings, but he maintained his lines and his discipline. 9 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 34. That's the contribution that he made with the ball. And now walks in at number 7 with his team in all sorts of trouble. He has good wrist work. Off mark is Madhura Singh. Offers the width, can't beat the inner ring. So Mark Davies the right-hander and Madhura Singh the lefty. Craig Islingham, how good has he been? 7th over that he's putting down 1 for 15. There's a big shot from Davies. Again, won't beat the inner ring, only a single. And I think what's made it impressive for me is Gislingham's the support that he's been given in the field, and also the ability or the backing from the captain. And also, it's not a negative field set for the left-hander. They'll have the mid wicket out on the boundary, and then they have a backward point on the fence, which is Willis. That's the only 2 that's out of the inner ring for a spinner bowling at this stage of the match. When you allowed 4 out, you've only opted for 2. One of those fielders does come into play and cleans up 1 for Madhura Singh. End of another Craig Gillingham over. Almost halfway through the innings, 259 is the target that Wales are chasing this afternoon in Franschoek. Mark Davies has 6, Madhura Singh has 1. No surprise to see Woods with ball in hand. To the left-hander, just wait for Kebble, the captain of Australia. He's just making a couple of adjustments with the lefty on strike. He'll fall back next to his keeper and it's more into a second slip. He's not directly, it's not directly next to the keeper. Okay, now he takes 2 steps to the right. So he's at a first slip, and then there's a gully that's on the square. He's an ultimate over. Woods. Fine leg is on the fence, and that's the only fielder out of the inner circle. Slightly shorter. Just drags back the length slightly. He doesn't want to bring Madhura Singh forward the whole time, and it becomes predictable, and then it offers that opportunity to scoop the ball over the top. Because if Madhura Singh fancies it, it's there for the taking, but he needs the length. At this stage, he's watchful, mindful of what the plan is, but the plan is being executed perfectly by Woods. 3 for 20. Half stop, but a single nonetheless to Madhura Singh. Well, if Woods can pick up another couple, can certainly put his name in that category for man of the match, surely at the moment. being held onto by Phil Puller. If you missed it earlier this morning, Phil Puller with 103, the mainstay of the Australia innings, but Darren Rasmussen also deserves credit for his 83 that came in quick time of 74 deliveries. But Woods doing a job with the ball. Another top over from Mitch Woods. Came on as the first change bowler. Richard Anderson and Stuart Crisp started proceedings for Australia. And since then we've seen Mitch Woods and Craig Gislingham operating in tandem, and how good have they been as a combination? Long discussion between captain and bowler is the result. That's the reason for the break in play. They're very particular about the field set. Willis is now. It's an interesting field, really. If you could see the wide angle, these are. It's definitely not a third man. It's in the inner circle. It's sort of a deep gully, maybe just slightly wider of a deep gully position, and then you have a backward point on the boundary. Offside cover region is well protected. Straight through that gap, and they set off on the quick single. Oh, at that hit, that could have been interesting. We don't have the luxury of the television match official, but that you just almost feel that a direct hit there would have been the end of Madhura Singh. He set off immediately, hit it straight to the fielder. Yeah, I have a grin on my face. One of the Welsh youngsters, who's probably dad playing in the team, says, "Dad, you have hope." And his dad answered, "There's always hope." Love that answer. A lot of families that have made the journey, not just the players. Some of them are here by themselves and left the family at home, but also some kids traveling with mom and dad and experiencing this tournament and country. And where Mother Singer wants it. Freddie Slingham and Woods will bowl out. Don't see the reasoning behind keeping them back for one. Fully strength, and Mother Singer can't find the gap. It's just been superb from Gieslingham and Woods. Now the over has come and gone, and they're racing through the overs as well. 8 left before we do our second drinks break, and then that will signal the last 15 overs of this fixture. Still a very imposing 184 to win. Davies on 7, Mother Singer on 4. Double step, gets the edge. Not where he intended, but it is that time. Davis has just seen enough. Advances down the track. Throws the full kitchen sink at it with no one back on the boundary. Gets an outside edge flies over the top of the slip cordon and goes towards the boundary for 4.
Lewis,
There's going to be a force change after this over from this end and over the after from the Gieslinger end. So they've, as a combination, they're going to bowl through. It'll be interesting to see what Australia do. Now they're a little advanced down the track, but this time Mark Davies not producing the shot in anger, but more the prod onto the offside. What Australia's done well there is that they say to Mark Davies, we're not going to change the field. So if you want to advance and try and go over the top again as you wanted to the previous delivery, we'll keep the field up. He thought about it and then changed his decision just towards the latter stages. Oh, there's a little plain miss from Madrasinghe. Challenged outside off stump. Went for the stroke and missed it completely. This time he gets what he's after and guides it into that third man area where there's no fielder for to Madrasinghe. Was that going to force Kebble's hand to say, do I really now still need a slip in a gully? And give Woods every opportunity to get another wicket, but 80 for 5. That's 2 boundaries. One was a complete luck. Ran down the track, top edge, over the top 4. This one was more guided and deliberate from Madrasinghe. Knew exactly where he wanted to go. And that's forced the hand of Kebble. He has pushed back the third man to the left-hander. And that will just save the 4. So give Woods the opportunity to close out with 3 testers outside off stump. He doesn't have to worry about conceding a 4 in that region specifically. Brings Madrasinghe forward. Davies has 12, Madrasinghe has 8. He has also dropped back. The mid-off and mid-on has become long-off and long-on. So 3 boundary fielders for Kebble and Australia. Stopped with the boot from Woods. And his white brim hat is putting his hand. It's been absolutely superb, Mitchell Woods. In the greater scheme of a run rate war where you need to chase 259, Woods has just come on bowled through unchanged. Mitchell Woods, 9 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 30. Economy of 3.3 to the over. Craig Gislingham will surely bowl out as well. The new ball was sheet between Richard Anderson and Stuart Crisp. Both bowled 3 overs. Anderson more expensive, 1 for 25 of his 3. Crisp 0 for 9 of his 3. So only going at 3 to the over. Woods has done. Gislingham 8 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 20. 84 for 5. 23 overs gone. So we have officially passed the halfway mark of the chase. And there's still a lot to chase. Gislingham to Davies to start his last over. The David run is going to be his. Oh, that a clean pickup, and Madrasinghe would have had to make up some ground. Already have a run out in this innings. Adrian Davies went for 29. That's a lovely guided shot towards the third man area from Mother Singer. He'll turn that into a 2. Slightly shorter, but straight to the fielder. There to play the shot. Gisdom will want to finish strong. He's been excellent this afternoon. Oh, that's another top nut from Gislingham to finish his spell, and he'll get the applause from his teammates. That was some spell from Gislingham and Wood, so that means force changes. These two have bowled out. Craig Gislingham, 9 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 23. And he gets the deserved applause, even from the Welsh team. So, with the second drinks break fast approaching, and Australia forced into a change because the 9 over spell is something of the past. From a keeper to a keeper, I thought it's fitting to get Jason Penn into the commentary position. Tough conditions from a chase perspective. Australia have just been superb in all disciplines.
Yeah, they've been bowling great lines. The left-hander floating it up there, gripping in the pitch, and then the arm ball coming through, mixing it up really well. And then Woody from the other end, bowling a solid line, hard ball into the pitch, just stopping every now and then. Good bowls.
It was always going to be an imposing target. But credit to the way you fought back. There was a good partnership of 72 up front. That the Centurion, of course, and that's always going to be a tough one. But at one stage, they were well on course for probably 285, 300, and you pulled it back very nicely.
Yeah, I thought we did. I think we stuck at it. It was hot out there today, even though it was a bit of overcast condition. A number of the players went down with some thickness as well through the day, so we had a couple of players that were really struggling out there. But we stuck at it. Bowlers done really well. I thought Mark bowled well, Mark Davis. Barkey bowled well. Canny came on and bowled really nicely to hold it up in the middle, and Matt Phillips did superbly bowling his off spin. Got it to stick in the pitch and turn quite profusely.
Probably also a good toss to win from an Australian perspective. They earned the right to make the decision, and they opted to bat after a disappointing display in the T20 format against USA. You always knew they were going to come back with some purpose in the batting department.
Yeah, they came back hard. Yeah, we were on the receiving end of that today. So they batted well. The Centurion and up front they batted superbly at the top of the order as well. We got the breakthrough, as you've mentioned, after a 70 or so opening partnership. And then Mr. Pullen carried on and battled superbly, hitting anything just backward of the length, hard through mid wicket. It's fairly straight as well through the onside. And then if we pitched it up, he was driving us pretty strongly down the ground as well.
So I'm curious. You've got 6 and 7 in Mike Yan coming. Is he going to bat?
Yeah, and Kenny's coming in. He's in next, coming in at 8 today. He's had a couple of innings at the top of the order, so Matt has mixed it up a little bit for today's game. But we've got a strong middle now with Sparky, Mal, and Kenny. So hopefully they can stick around for a bit. I'm sure they will, and see us through. We've got a long chase, 170 still to go, but who knows? Funny game, cricket.
I was listening to the youngster come up and say, "Is there still hope?" And the reply was, "There's always hope," and that's true. That's never over until you've lost 10 wickets.
Indeed. There's always hope.
What's it been like for you in South Africa in this trip?
It's been great. It's a lot of it's my first time here, first time in Cape Town. Friendly, very friendly people. You certainly like your lagers, so there's been a lot of lagers being drunk. But no, very, very nice. Weather's been kind to us as well. We came at the right time. I think last week it was in the 40s, and this week it's been kind to us in the high 20s, low 30s. A little bit of cloud cover. Other than a few players going down with a tummy bug, it's been pretty good.
As a first-time visitor to South Africa, me being a South African citizen, how nice is it for you to be in Franschoek, which is one of our most picturesque areas, and you've got the mountains, and there's a lot of wine farms around the corner. Is this sort of what home looks like, or is it something different?
It's very different in South Wales. Very, very different in South Wales. Although I've been told if you go up in the Brecon Beacons, they're pretty good as well. The mountain scenery around there, but this is special. This is very, very special. We've got for those that you can't see it on the TV, we've got a mountain range right at extra cover. There's about 3 ranges, I guess, 3 hills that you can see increasing in height. The top peaks are in cloud at the moment, but very nice sunlit uplands. So very, very pretty. And as you say, some really nice wine farms. We went on a wine farm tour yesterday
On the tram?
on the tram.
Okay, so for our viewers, the tram is a train that takes you to different wine farms. You go and do tasting, and you're on the train, and it takes you from point to point, and then you come back. So it's quite an experience, just to put it into perspective.
It is, yeah. So we went on the train and also on the tram. I think we visited about half a dozen vineyards yesterday, and some really fine wine was drunk at Leopard to Leap and Chamonix, and the Pinotage went down very, very well.
Are you a wine lover by nature?
I am now. I am now.
That's that's excellently answered.
My wife and I have switched roles. She drinks lager now, and I drink wine.
Great to have the missus along as well, because this sort of tournament creates that family opportunity. And how has that been for you?
It's been great. Yeah, it's been really good. We got about 5, I think, wags coming with us, and some kids as well. Got three of the sons of players have come along. So it's been a special experience for them as well. And it's nice having the family around. It's good. They keep you grounded.
Yeah, absolutely. From a keeping perspective, was that always part of your journey? Did you always keep, or did you start off in a different role and then take the gloves?
I started off bowling leg spin, and then when I first met my wife, I thought I could bowl fast. Pitched one short and got hit into what was the Botanical Gardens at Hayes Cricket Club. Didn't impress him much, but 41 years later, we're still together, so I did something right.
So she's a keeper.
She's a keeper.
You're a
Oh,
keeper.
that's shocking. That's shocking. That is shocking. But no, so I took up gloves probably when I was 13, 14 or so.
So I can resonate with that, because that's what I did as well. And I'm sitting here as a 47-year-old. I must say I'm pretty jealous. I think it's fantastic what the game has done, and the opportunity that's been put forward for people that have played very, very serious cricket, but then to get to, and it's not to say this is more relaxing, but to get to a point where you celebrate your career and you have an opportunity to represent your country, and the camaraderie and the spirit that you take forward. I think beach cricket to me you can't really appreciate what you're watching at home on a screen. It's more than that. It's very interesting to see how people come off a field and the opposition clap hands. They appreciate an opposition bowling spell. This to me is the way sport should be.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, there's a two-spirit cricket teams fittingly in this tournament as well, and all of the games have been played in the right spirit. Competitive on the field, but a lot of camaraderie out there as well. A lot of jokes being exchanged, a lot of praise for good shots and pieces of fielding, and a couple of beers or pinotage in the bar afterwards. So it's been very nice.
So maybe give me some insights as well, and for the viewers at home, you mentioned the spirit teams. Where are they made up from? You've got the Masters one and the World one.
Yeah, I think they're mostly from what I can see, from Australia. I think there's a large Australian contingent in the spirit sides. I think there's a few South Africans also in there. But we're up against them tomorrow, so I'll know more when we come up against them.
So in closing, for me, it's also great to see former players, international players, take up the opportunity to be part of this tournament. I mean, Mike Can has roots in South Africa, played in the Northern Cape, played in Boland. Louis Kuhn, that played for South Africa, played for the Proteas as part of the Rhinos team. Steve Pelfreman was the wicketkeeper for South Africa. He's part of the Rhinos setup. So it's finishing a high pressure environment, but then saying, now I'm going to enjoy playing at a different level, still for my country, but in a different environment.
Yeah, and it's nice for us that haven't played at that level to hear and see and learn from. You're never too young, too old to learn from the players that have played at that top level. And in our team, we're lucky enough to have Canny and obviously Sparky as well, that have both played first-class cricket, and they've been helping us along on this tour. So it's been really good having that insight, and it's great experience to go up against some class cricketers.
In my last one for you. So I've had the privilege of doing the Welsh game, the T20 game that where you beat Zimbabwe.
Yeah.
I was behind the mic for that one, and I stood there and I was listening to what, in my opinion, is one of the most beautiful anthems in the world. And one of my bucket list items is to watch a rugby game in Wales, to just listen to so many thousands of people sing that anthem. And I was standing here this morning, and I don't know who it was. I hope it's not you. If it's you, it's perfect. There was one of the players came out with the most beautiful voice at the end of the anthem and raised the bar. And I can't remember for the life of me who it was. But is that part and parcel? I mean, for me, it's synonymous. Welsh men can sing. And standing here this morning, listening to the anthem again was just special as a South African standing here as a commentator.
Well, what I'll do is I'll get the guy who can sing on.
Do you know who I'm talking about?
Yeah, it was that man there, Geraint. Fantastic singer. Did a great job in lifting us during the anthems. He's done it in the last 3 games. And I can't sing at all, so I try and stand next to him, and then my voice get covered by his. So it's I'll bring him up now to talk to you.
I'm so happy you've identified him, because he can sing. If cricket doesn't work out, I think there's a career somewhere else, I must say.
Yeah, he's auditioning for the Go Compare advert.
Thank you so much for sharing some insights with me. I really loved having you here as a fellow keeper. And enjoy the rest of your time in South Africa. And may the rest of the week go well from a cricket perspective. Look after the sore muscles. And thank you for bringing the Welsh tradition and Welsh cricket to our country.
Thank you. Yeah, thanks. It's been a pleasure being on commentary. And I'll just say hello to my grandkids. Hi, kids.
Awesome. That's what this tournament brings as well. So to our Welsh community, I hope you enjoyed those insights as well, and having a chance to listen to Jason Finn, who's the keeper of the Welsh team today, scoring 10 runs from 17 deliveries, but more importantly, IDing the opera singer or the artist in the team. So we know it's Geraint Davies. We now know who it is, which is great. And true to his word, we have 3 overs to go before we have the drinks break, and he sent him right into commentary. I don't know if Geraint wants to do this, but it's too late now.
Good afternoon.
Welcome. So again, for our viewers who weren't part of the whole process, I have to start off. and compliment you. And standing here listening to the anthem, the end is not for everyone in the sense of reaching a certain note. You reached more than the note. Is singing always part of your life?
Well, I'm not the best singer in the world, or the
Was
worst,
it as well?
or the worst singer in the world. But yes, I would say it's been a part of my life from school, with the teachers, from Sunday school with their teachers, being a small child, and there afterwards. And I've had the privilege of singing in some choirs when I train as a teacher at Trinity St David University, Cor Pernod Choir, and later on then with a Welsh choir in the village of Llandilo in West Wales called Bois y Castell, the boys from the castle.
I'm just happy to have a cultural individual with me because often people think sport, but the cultural activities is part of growing up and part of the life process. So I sang in choir as well. That's why I love talking to you. From a cricket perspective, we have a couple of overs together before it's the drinks break. I know today is maybe going not according to plan, and you guys had such a good T20 part of the international series. How have you enjoyed South Africa and your trip away from the cricket aspect?
Well, it's my first time here, and I must say, even though we've been here for a small number of days, I would like to return again, if possible, to play cricket, and if that's not possible, on holiday, because I think it's a beautiful country with stunning scenery. And here we are at the end of the summer in South Africa, watching these leaves drop onto the pitch. It's as if it were that we just witnessed the end of the summer.
And you're quite right. Yeah, it is the change of season in South Africa. 2 weeks ago, we had serious temperatures in this region, about 47 degrees. So I'm very thankful that you can have the pleasant part of the Western Cape and that it's not too hot out there.
You spoke about culture.
Started listening to this conversation, and actually, like, I think too on a little bit of Welsh because so it's kind of
So Mike has dropped in and said that we have done a good job, but we need to also cater for the Welsh community. So I'm going to leave that to you because I know nothing of that.
Well, I'll give you a few sentences.
Please
in
do.
Welsh, yeah.
I'm not promising that I'll replicate it, but I'll try.
Yeah. Mae'r wlad hon yn wlad ffantastig i ymweld â hi. Mae yna olygfeydd rhyfeddol o ddeniadol yma. Mae'n croeso yn Ne'r Affrig wedi bod yn rhagorol. Mae'n rhaid i fi ddweud, oddi wrth bawb. A mae'n gyfle hefyd i gyfnewid diwylliant gyda phobl o dimoedd o wahanol rannau o'r byd. A mae pob gwlad wrth gwrs â'i diwylliant cyfoethog ei hunan. What I've just said there is that it's been an exceptional welcome here to Cape Town. It's very beautiful and it's very pleasant. But I also explained this tournament provides an opportunity to play cricket, but it's also an opportunity to exchange culture with an authentic experience of experiencing at first hand the culture of people from the other parts of the world. And of course, we now live in modern times and we have diversity and equal opportunities, which is fantastic. And I think that's been highlighted by all of the players from every team. Mae yna dîm hefyd, spirit of cricket, ysbryd cricket, ysbryd y gêm cricket. A dwi'n credu bod hwnna'n cwmpasu beth yw holl bwrpas tournament i chwaraewyr dros 55 oed. What I was saying there is that we've had two spirit of cricket sides, and I think that encompasses exactly what an over-55s international tournament is all about.
So I want to apologize to the Welsh community that I can't replicate that. I'm an Afrikaans speaking person, but I want to say that there's such a big following. I arrived this morning in reflection. I went back to the T20 games that was played on the same field, and we had over 9,000 views in your match alone, and about 5,000 views in the USA-Australia game. So I mean that's about let's round it off and say 14,000 views on that specific day. there's such a big following for people that are interested and the communities that are interested in what you are doing.
Yes, I think it's been said that over-50s cricket has really taken off. There are 4 teams playing, which are called Wales. But what we must also remember, there's a wonderful region in North Wales, Gogledd Cymru, which means North Wales, and they've raised their own team, which is playing in the county championship, and I would really encourage them to play more. And maybe we have got a quadrangular tournament in 2025 between the 4 regions of Wales, the North, the Mid and the West, the Southwest and the Southeast. And maybe what we'll see, I'm not sure, is that things may progress in that direction. But if you imagine that 4 teams playing under the name of Wales, boys who live mostly in South Wales and West Wales and Mid Wales, and a 5th team in North Wales. Un ffrindiau ni yn y Gogledd sy'n siarad Cymraeg neu o unrhyw ran o Gymru, diolch yn fawr i chi am droi mewn i wrando a gwylio. A fi'n gobeithio bod chi yn mwynhau y gystadleuaeth. To our friends in North Wales in particular and the other Welsh-speaking areas across Wales, thank you very much for tuning in to listen and to view what's going on.
Yeah, it's been an absolute pleasure to have you in commentary. United Rugby Championship is back in South Africa tomorrow. There's a big appeal in the meantime for stumping, which is not given. Cardiff are visiting Pretoria to play rugby tomorrow night in the United Rugby Championship. So there's another Welsh theme for you in Pretoria. Thank you so much for sharing the commentary booth with me. What you're seeing on your picture was not someone trying to take the camera, but the leaves that we were talking about. The leaves, the camera is positioned on top of the side screen. This is what you are seeing. So when we have a bit of a breeze, the leaves comes into the picture as well. Best of luck for the rest of your week and your time in South Africa. And thank you so much for the nice chat.
Thank you very much. Diolch yn fawr I bawb sydd wedi troi mewn I wrando a gwylio. Thanks everyone who's turned in to view and listen. Pob hwyl. All the best.
Pob Will, I'll take that. I hope I did that right. So
Diolch yn fawr. Thank you.
right, fantastic.
Thanks for that.
It's so nice to have the players in commentary as well, because you get a different view and a different skill set and different perspective. So there you are in Wales specifically, that you also got some value out of that.
That's fantastic. Okay.
And to the Aussie supporters, they know if it's morning there where you are. I hope that you are tuned in as well. 108 for 5 is the Welsh batting card. Mark Davies on 20 and Madrasinghe on 17. Davies on strike and on cue has enough. No, he doesn't want it. What an excellent catch. You saw that on your screen. He had to run towards the right, and that was not the easiest of chances. That's the end of Mark Davies for 20. That was some catch of the day by far, and the applause goes to Mark Davies, who made 20. Took the aggressive approach, and unfortunately for him, not reaching the boundary on the fly. But what a catch that was! Can't speak enough about that. In the meantime, the umpires are walking off the ground, so we are going to take the drinks interval now. So that was planned for 30 overs, but we are going to take it right now. Can Wales put something together in the final part of this match? They're 109 for 5 in pursuit of 259. We have 15 overs to go. We'll be back when the players resume with the fall of that wicket. Mark Davies on his way, and I'm sure Mike Can will be the next to join Madrasinghe at the crease. So we are back after the drinks and interval, but we have just a couple of technical difficulties to remove the scorecard that you're looking at the moment. So I'll try and explain what is happening. In the meantime, Madhur Singer has just helped himself to another boundary. We've approached the final 15 overs of this match. Score has moved on to 115 for 6. So the new player at the crease, Mike Can, so two left-handers at the crease. Madhur Singer taps this into the onside for 1. Just summarising the Welsh scorecard, Neil Williams was dismissed for 8, Geraint Davies for 13, Adrian Davies for 29, Alan Webster 1, Jason Fenn 10, and Mark Davies out for 20. That was the last man out before the drinks interval. Thankfully, the technicalities are sorted out, so you have live visuals again. Australia in control. 259 is what they are defending. Can is a seasoned campaigner. So they have two very able batters and cricketers at the crease. Madhur Singer and Can. Can't get this away. Can. It was a free single on offer. Anything on that sort of straight line can be worked away towards the leg side. 116 for 6. Craig Willis bowling for Australia. Finds is that an edge that's going to fly away? So definitely an edge found. No slip in play. Keeper Johnson could do very little to stop that. So it is 4-2 4-2 Wales. $120 for 6. One ball shy of completing over number 31. John Short, 3 overs, 1 for 9. Craig Willis about to finish his 4th over. He's conceded 18. Dan is onto the back foot and then just works this nicely towards the fine leg boundary. Man that does the fielding, Darren Rasmussen, who scored 83 earlier today. Brings to the close over number 31, 121 for 6, with Ken on 6 and Madrasinghe on 24. Let me bring you up to date with what's happening elsewhere in this tournament. Durbanville Cricket Club, plus minus 40 minutes drive from where we are today. The SA Rhinos, 243 for 5. Zimbabwe, 163 for 9, with 3 overs to go in the innings. So the SA Rhinos will win that one comfortably. Spirit of Cricket World 11, they made 247 all out, 1 ball shy of their 45 overs. Canada 212 for 9 in reply, and they are done. So for the Spirit of Cricket World team, a victory by 35 runs. USA scoring 356 for 7 in their 45 overs against the Masters, Spirit of Cricket Masters 11. And the Masters on swing with 206 for 5. So that's a massive win for USA by 150 runs. That's the fixtures from around the Cape. This one, Australia posting 258 for 9. A delayed start. That's why we are busy in confirming results. That's a lovely pickup from Madrasinghe. Helps himself to 4. Score 126 for 6. And yes, apologies again. It says Mark Davies is on strike, which we know is not. It's Madrasinghe on to 28. Mike Tan is 7. The technology, your friend, and sometimes not your best friend. So unfortunately today we have had a couple of technical difficulties, which we apologize for, but the team score, that will move on shortly. It is 126 for 6. And I will keep on updating you with the individual contributions. John Short in his 4th over. Picked up a wicket, 1 for 14. Madrasinghe has had a very good week. Contribution with bat and ball, wide called by the umpire. That required rate, you'll see, is just short of 10, double figures. Nice looking drive straight to the fielder. And Australia won't mind how they concede a couple of singles here and there. It's all about protecting the boundaries. But does Mike and Madrasinghe have it with him then to up the ante and do it by a significant margin? Currently, the team going at 4 to the over. So they will have to double that plus a bit of interest. And they will have to maintain that for the better part of 13 overs to get over the line. So it's not easy. And that wickets column is not helping the cause. Australia in control and about to make a bowling change. As we take time just to set the field, John Short 4 overs 1 for 16, Craig Willis 4 overs for 19. Craig Lingham was superb, 9 overs 1 maiden 1 for 23. Brilliantly supported by Mitch Woods, 9 overs 2 maidens 2 for 30. Stuart Crisp 3 overs for 9. Richard Anderson 3 overs 1 for 25. Crisp also with a maiden in there. Seventh bowler then being introduced by Australia this afternoon as they protect or try to protect 259. Mother Fingers tied Adrian Davis at the top of the Welsh contribution list, 29 for the day. That's their highest score. Taking a very long time to get proceedings underway again, restarted. Local time 2 minutes past 5. They were predicting the drizzle. Let's just call it a couple of drops at 6 o'clock. So that's an hour away. Nothing indicating that we might be facing that. At this stage, it's clearing up towards my right, and there's some blue skies which we haven't seen for the majority of today. Glenn Innings bowls his first over, 7th bowler introduced by the Aussies. "13 overs, just less than 12 minutes to go. And what stage does Ken and especially Madhura Singh, who's been there for quite some time, decide that the onslaught is now needed? This one is out towards the square leg boundary, and they'll only go through for one. Gives them with a good arm, a good return to Johnston. Drop slightly short, right back by Can onto the back foot, but he can't pierce that gap on the offside. And if he gets a bit of an opportunity and he pierces that gap on the offside, there's no one protecting four. So that is certainly a boundary scoring opportunity if it's short and wide. Or he can go on the off drive, or he can go towards the long on, who should have done a bit better. He was parked and on his heels. And there was a big opportunity to remove Mike Can. That long on not reacting quickly enough. Ball was in the air for quite some time. Maybe Fielder thought that it was going to drop earlier. In the meantime, Madhura Singh's there's a big thud into the pads, confirmed by the umpire as a leg by. But at least these two have shown the inclination to go after Glenn Giddings. And you have to do that. It's pointless bar match practice. There's nothing else to win. Got to go for the 259. That's 130 runs still needed. And that required run rate will continue to get more imposing as we move along. I think that Australia's skipper has done an exceptional job. Mr. Kebble been on point with his bowling changes and what he's done, how he's gone about it. Helped along by the fact that he won the toss earlier this morning and he had the option to decide what Australia would do. And Clint Kebble said, we'll have a bat. And they made the 259. That's where you don't want to be. It's slightly straight and vacant territory on the leg side, square leg boundary. And that's where Madhura Singh decides to go. Helps himself to another 4. He's a very dangerous batsman, Madhura Singh. Into the thick grass, which you won't see on screen, but it's going to be a bit of a search party that's sent out into the bushes, the South African bushes, to go and recover that ball. Luckily, it's bright enough to identify quickly, but it is also snake country, so you don't really want to be in there for too long. Cape cobra is one of the species that you'll find we want to sort of stay clear from. Puff adder is another species that we have in this province. Long grass in summer, not something that you would venture into. Leave your golf ball if that's where you're going. Reverse sweep from Madrasinga. That's clever and executed well, but he'll get only two, so he didn't get the full face of the bat and the timing on that one. But good initiative being shown by Madrasinga. Very pleasant man to talk to. He was in commentary in that T20 match when Wales played against Zimbabwe. Born in Sri Lanka, started playing club cricket at the age of 10. Nice front foot drive down the ground for one. He has all the shots. Simon, he has a very Skuma Sangakkara sort of look to him. Also someone that he admired as he moved through his cricket career, Kumar Sangakkara. What an ambassador for Sri Lankan cricket as well, world cricket. He produced the left-handed factory in Sri Lanka as well. Sanat Syria. There's an half an appeal, but bat was down. Mike Can is seasoned customer, highly campaigner. He knows what to do. It's aerial and a big dive towards the left from the Aussie fielder. That would have been a spectacular catch had he held on to that. Craig Slingham. Here's the end of another over from John Short. But maybe it is going to be a bridge too far. Just very good disciplined bowling by Australia. 11 overs to go, so that's 66 legal deliveries. Someone's got to decide that the time is now between one of these two. Aggression is needed. 131 for 6, chasing 259. That's another 128 to get. 128 from 60, what's that? 72 deliveries. Straight to backward point. Again, straight into the knee. Ricochets and they get through for one. Glenn Giddings has started his second over. John Short's analysis, 5 overs, 1 for 24. So he can still bowl another 4. But what Australia want to do here is just protect the boundaries. Singles won't win it. Again, that reverse sweep. Immediately as it hit him on the pads, it was a very quick indication from Maleth Madrasinga. He raised his bat, and the umpire was having none of it. Mike Kane also having a discussion with the umpire. He feels that there might have been a bit of a bottom edge onto pad, but the umpire saw it differently. Again, we don't have a review system. But Madrasinga, he tried it in the previous over and he executed the reverse sweep. Tried it again. This time failed in his execution, wrapped in the pads, and that gives the umpire a decision to make. And this time he said Australia, I'm in your favour, and that is Glenn Giddings striking for Australia. And then a very good innings from Malith Madrasinghe of 39. So 37 is the official score. Trapped in front for 37, I can confirm that for you. Madrasinghe, when he bowled, 9 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 34. So a good all-round contribution from him today. Madrasinghe bowled at a time when Australia were cutting loose, opening stand of 72. He shared the new ball. Big the first wicket to fall, 1 for 34, and now a very valuable 37. Of only 51 deliveries, it has to be said. 5 fours in that knock from Malith Madrasinghe. That brings Wells' captain to the crease, Matt Phillips. So right hand, left hand combination. Mike Can being the left hand, immediately an edge found as Phillips goes on the expansive drive on the offside, gets the edge and no one there. So he's off the mark straight away. And here Australia will have to be mindful with the swapping of fielders in-out approach with left hand, right hand combination. Quicker from Giddings. That's full and made on the full by Mike Dan, who says no to the single because Longoff is in the circle. Or mid off rather. He's come up a couple of paces. That's smacked and smacked hard by Mike Dan. Half stopped by Giddings. And a good over and gets the applause from the Australian bench. Can keep the strike. Racing through the overs, Australia with only 10 to go. So that's 60 legal deliveries. 117 required from the last 60 balls. So just short of 2 per ball is the mathematical equation. In the meantime, Australia will make another change. It looks like Crisp is coming back into the attack. Stuart Crisp, his initial burst, 3 overs, 1 maiden, 0 for 9. Also a long discussion with the captain, Kebble. Mike Mann holds the key. Needs to be productive in this next couple of overs. 117, 60 deliveries to go. And Crisp will be a handful. He was the most economical of the 2 opening bowlers. Richard Anderson received some tap, 3 overs, 1 for 25. So Kebble has probably made up some of those overs already. That is potentially in the bank, and he beats Can outside off stump. Good start for Crisp. Gets a full and brings Can forward. Edges out to third man for a single. This means a slight change now with right-hander Phillips on strike. taking a long time, Australia, to figure out what they want to do with the fielders. They have moved short into the inner circle on the leg side, so he's saving one, and now not anymore. So Cable, as I say that, Short runs back, then Cable stops him again, so it's a bit of a wait, no, yes, maybe. Okay, Short is in place. He's backward of square on the leg side. Phillips plays towards the offside into the cover region where there's a fielder well positioned. So even at this late stage of the day, Australia making sure that they keep doing the right things. Big swish outside off stump, misses. Unlucky not to get that through. It was a good drive by Phillips. The shot was on. It was pitched up full by Stuart Crisp, but from a Phillips perspective, he would have wanted to just pierce that gap. Lovely timing on the stroke, but not getting the desired result. And well, as we take away the deliveries, the aggression needs to be shown by these two, even if it's in a losing cause. That doesn't matter. But you're going to gain nothing by singles as they scamper through off the pad, says the umpire. So it will be a leg by. End of the over. Crisp's return is a good one. Mike Can running or just walking generally off the field to get a quick change of gloves. The free gloves to Mike Can, maybe a different approach. Yeah, just see him into the frame on the left. There he comes. That leaves 54 deliveries to get 116. Innings will continue to Phillips. That's up in the air, but it will fall safely into space. Matt Phillips will probably say, well, if the time has come, we might as well have a bit of a go. Surely that'll be the Mike Can approach as well. They're protecting the leg side boundary for Can. Straight is protected as well, both sides, off and onside. And then they have, when I say they, Australia's field approach or fielding approach here is to cover mid wicket on the fence and square leg on the fence. Then you have long on, that's the leg side field, and then on the offside you have long off. And they're allowed to push back 5, Can advance it. That's well executed. That's exactly the result Australia wants. Only a single. Boundary option there for Can is to, again, it sounds very easy to do it, but is to open up his stance and go inside out, over the top, over covers. There's no one there. That's his 4 option if the ball is presented in that area. Phillips will probably stop swinging. He's trying to get his foot to the pitch of the ball and then launch into orbit. But Giddings is just pulling back his length. He knows what Phillips wants to do. That one is flying off the bat again, but straight to the fielder. He chips this one in the air, but also safe, and a couple of bounces towards long on, who's coming around and assist long off. It was a more straight hit from Can, but still not doing enough. The Welsh pair to up the ante. not allowed to do so by very disciplined bowling from Australia. And Giddings raced through yet another over. $148 for 7. 48 deliveries remain. 111 still needed for victory. That's Nelson, 111. So it's now more than 2 runs a ball required from this point on continuously for the rest of the match for Wales to win it. Glenn Innings, 3 overs, 1 for 9. Back to Stuart Crisp, 4 overs for 10. He's also bowled a maiden. Wickets today belonging to Richard Anderson at the top. Mitch Woods was phenomenal, 2 for 30. Craig Gislingham, 2, 1 for 23. 1 for 24 for John Short. And the other wicket to fall belonging to Glenn Giddings. So they've shared it amongst each other. The only 2 not to pick up a wicket is Stuart Crisp, who's bowling at the moment, and Craig Willis. He's 4 overs went for 19. Also economical in the greater scheme of protecting the run rate with well set and cycling. Can drives and finds the outside half of the bat, so it goes towards a third man that's not in a fine position, it's more square, so it's only a single. 2 runs shy of the 150. What will Phillips do? Crisp is signaling to his third man that he wants him in the circle. Now, that's a good ploy because he's saying the likelihood is that Phillips will pick him up. Phillips will go straight. He's not going to nudge the ball towards third man or try and go to fine leg. It's up there, and it is a power hit from Phillips, and it's beautifully timed and executed and goes for 4. So that is what Stuart Crisp is wanting to protect. That's exactly why he moved his third man into the inner circle. But Phillips identified the ball quickly, had the area, and then also just beautiful balance and hitting through the line to help himself before. So this is now going to be a good little battle between these 2, Phillips and Crisp. Again, it's slightly full, but straight to Kebble, who fields. He's on your left, comes into shot, and then disappears again. That's the captain of Australia. It's fuller length and not really there to cut. Phillips does rock back, but can't connect. Scorers intervene and they say to the umpires, "You've miscounted. There's another delivery remaining, Mr. Crisp." Well, everyone was quite happy and accepted it. Both umpires went on the move. Bowler collected his wide brim hat. Keeper was on his way towards the other end. And then the scorers intervened. So it's a wide. I wanted to say same result, dot ball, but it is a wide. So they have to re-bowl that one. It's getting a bit gloomy. Still have some blue skies above, but it is late afternoon in South Africa. There we go. That's the one he wanted. Crisp. It is outside off stump, beats Phillips and collected by the safe hands of Johnston. It is finally now officially the end of the over. Now that means we have 42 deliveries remaining. And in that 42 deliveries, Wales require another 105. Fast, almost getting out of reach now for Wales. With Giddings and Crisp bowling well in tandem, no one is prepared to launch just yet. Is it Can's time right now? First one is a dot, and those are golden for Australia. And you just see the light is fading pretty quickly. It's tossed up. That make it a bit more difficult. There's no. Well, we have a couple of floodlights around the ground, but it's nothing that you can play a night game in when the conditions won't allow for the lights to come on. So we have, unfortunately, this is the effects of a late start. We began this one at 11. Scheduled start was 10 o'clock. Couple of reasons for that. Thankfully, we have a game of cricket, but it's going to be tough for the Welsh batters now. That is aerial. One brilliantly cut off. So the long on fielder ran 2 steps toward his left, stuck out the left hand, and stopped it from going for 4. And that means only a single. So the fielders will also need to be alert. It is getting darker pretty quickly in Franschoek. Mike pushes onto the offside, but sent back by Phillips. Tapped around the corner. I'm not going to call it a sweep because I didn't really go on the sweep shot. It's more a paddle around the corner from my can. Well, weather forecast did say that we might be in for a couple of drops at 6 o'clock, so that's 30 minutes away. Phillips smacks it onto the offside to backward point and will finish the over with a single, and he'll keep strike. Jason Penn will run onto the ground and offer more gloves to Can and Phillips. Game ticking along, maybe an opportunity for Wales specifically to get some batting practice under the belt with the eye on what is to follow in the rest of the tournament. 158 for 7 with 6 overs to go, so 36 deliveries, and they still need 101. Probably a bridge too far now for Wales. They've probably accepted their fate, and we'll see out the rest of this game. See if they can take Australia to 45 overs in the field. Chris will bowl, and it'll be interesting if the light does fade. If the umpires say maybe spin will be the preferred option. If you want to continue, then we'll need slower bowlers on. It's not quite that alarming just yet, but it is certainly. The light has changed dramatically in the last couple of minutes. That's full and straight onto the pads. Finished on the offside, and the umpire will confirm that it was indeed a leg by. Yeah, so just to my point, the vehicles that's driving past us they all have their lights on. So that just gives you an indication of what I'm talking about from the light that's fading quickly. So when I say driving past us, please don't be misinformed and thinking that I'm seeing cars on the field that doesn't exist. So on my right is a road. And it's a road that connects Franschoek to Paarl, and also towards the highway that goes to Cape Town. So that's next to us, and that's the cars that's driving past. Final rights being written in this contest. Mike Cann on 22, Matt Phillips on 16. It's going to be a big win for Australia, a big confidence booster after they went down to USA in their T20 fixture, and that the batting collapse was the concern. And earlier they spoke about the regrouping and the fact that they had to do some introspection and say that this wasn't good enough, that they were a bit better batting outfit than what was illustrated against the USA, and they showed all of that today. 258 for 9. I think that the one area that will be of concern is the late collapse, the way that they lost wickets at regular intervals towards the latter stages. But you can also argue and say that at that stage, the 250 was safe and in the bank. From a Welsh point of view, they have had an extremely good T20 format, T20 competition. Took care of the USA, they took care of Zimbabwe. Today, coming unstuck from a bowling perspective, just a bit of indifferent bowling. I think that will be their analysis as well, where they sit and say that they allowed Australia to get off to a fast start. Opening partnership was 72. And then from there, you're always on the back foot, and it doesn't help if the opposition has two main contributors. Rasmussen, who made 83, and then that 100 that we've already spoken about, Phil Puller, with 103. That was the two main contributors that put Australia in a position of strength. And you can have the runs on the board, but your bowlers have to back you up. And I think Mitch Woods and Craig Gislingham in tandem just took the game away from Wales. Between them, just to give you that analysis, 18 overs, 3 for 53. So let's complete the maidens as well. So 18 overs, 3 maidens, 3 for 53. That was the Mitch Woods, Craig Gislingham combination in tandem. And that broke the back of the potential Welsh onslaught. 170 odd now for 7. 172 for 7. You've got the captain at the crease with Mike Cann. So that's Matt Phillips. A good toss to win earlier today for Australia. And no hesitation in batting. Made the most of the conditions. And they'll take home a W this afternoon. They've been in South Africa for quite some time. They also played a 3-day test against the Rhinos. That's the veteran side, or the SA vet side. Craig has replaced Stuart Crisp. I think that's a good gesture from Australia as well, because the light is fading. Things is about to start his 6th over. Three toes. Giddings runs towards Phillips, who smacks it over the top. Rasmussen does the fielding. He made 83 earlier today, and he's still running around the boundary and as committed as when he started his innings with his pads on. Tossed up, and Kane had the right idea. Wanted to just lap it around the corner. He was 3 shot quicker than anticipated, and that's why the ball went to the offside. Now the response from Giddings is dropping it slightly shorter to stop that sweep shot out to Rasmussen. Now it's a nice friendly delivery from Giddings. Will beat the first fielder, but the protection is once again perfectly there from Cable, who's captained well for Australia. Used his bowlers well, field placings for the majority spot on. Operated with 2 slips in the gully for the initial phase, gave his new ball bowlers every opportunity at getting a wicket. Getting sprinting back, and that's also the right approach. Purely just to get the game in. It's quicker from Giddings out to the man that's doing the sweeping work. And there we go. It's end of another over. 2 overs to go. The result is in the bag for Australia. Our scorecard on the screen is slightly behind. So 180 for 7 is the official score. 79 required of 2 overs. That's out of the equation. Matt Phillips has 22. Mike Cann has 25. And Willis will start his 6th over. 0 for 25. Nice extension of the hands through the ball from Phillips. One down the ground for Cann. They've said that they're going to use the opportunity. These two have a bit of a knock in the middle, and there's no substitute for the experience that you gain in a match situation. So this is going to put them in good stead as well. As I'll say, that Phillips again goes up and over, but well short of the oncoming fielder. Words of encouragement from both camps, just to say keep on going. On to the legs, and that's nicely worked into the gap by Mike Cann, and he can easily turn this into a 2. Giddings will probably finish this off the last over. Well, for these two, there's also still the opportunity of a 50 partnership. Quick indication from the umpire that there was pad involved. So these two came together with a score of 140. It's now 185 for 7. Last time it was C. Willis in the bowling attack. Is that too wide? The umpire says no. And hands back that wide room. So his job is done, Craig Willis. 6 overs for 30, going at 5 to the over. And it is indeed Glenn Giddings, last of the 7 bowlers that was introduced by Australia this afternoon. 6 overs, 1 for 22, so he'll bowl out 7. Well, thankfully, we will beat the rain. That was scheduled, or is scheduled, for 6 o'clock. It's about 15 minutes away from there. Can sprint through for 1 as the bells is quickly moved off by, or removed by Johnston. Screen umpire says, Mr. Johnson, you made the mess, so you can put the bells back on the stumps. Normally a responsibility of the square umpire. Well, Will Phillips have a little gag towards the end. He uses his feet, and I did say I thought that he might have a little dart towards the end. Getting to his credit, saw him coming, fired it in, and into the safe gloves of Johnston, who just has to move his hands from right to left and flick off the bails. So stumping for Johnston, a wicket for Giddings, and the end of a good knock from Matt Phillips, the captain of Wales. One boundary in his effort, Matt Phillips. Also means the partnership 3 runs shy of the 50 mark. Phillips, 24 from 32 deliveries, that included 1 4. Gets the applause from the Welsh team. Appreciates the effort of their skipper. That will bring Paul Eadie to the crease. I'm sure that Mike Dunn will say, well, you know what, it's done and dusted. You stay that end, I'll stay this end. Let's wrap it up. Getting very quick to the top of his mark. Gets it the full kitchen sink. Does Paul Eadie. Fails to connect. On the pads and given. Straight and true. Glenn Giddings fired it in there again, and Paul Eadie was playing all around his pad. So he has to go for a duck, and that will leave Price to walk out for 1 ball. 1 delivery to go in the match, and the number 11 is off to face 1 delivery. Well, everyone got a bat. We'll put Eadie out without scoring, and that means that Glenn Giddings has taken 3 for 23. So what do we do? Giddings will fancy a 4th. Price has 1 ball to decide. Does he go full on attack? They have kept long off and long on back. Square leg is also on the fence. Here we go. Last ball of the match. Giddings to Price, and he's going to block it. Well, there we go. That is exactly. He's going to come away and say, I'm taking an asterisk, thank you very much. I'm not going to offer my wicket and give it away cheaply. Handshakes all round, and an opportunity then just to reflect on what happened in Franschoek this morning. It is the first of the 45 over part of the international series. Australia winning the toss and deciding to bat first. They scored 258 for 9, thanks mainly to Darren Rasmussen, who made 83. It was part of an opening stand of 72 along with Paul Bennett. And then the classy knock from Phil Puller of 103. That put Australia in charge, and Wales really on the back foot from the onset. They never got going through very disciplined bowling. Wales struck, and they struck at regular intervals. From a bowling perspective, a short burst for Richard Anderson, but the damage was done in the middle. Mitch Woods with 2 for 30, Craig Gislingham with 1 for 23. They bowled 18 overs between them, 3 maidens, 3 for 53. Craig Willis, 6 overs for 30. John Short picked up a wicket, 1 for 24, and Glenn Giddings, 7 overs, 3 for 23, was really impressive as well. From a batting perspective for Wales, not too much to write home about. Mallet Madhurasinghe was the standout. He made 37, and there was a little cameo again from Mike Can. We say that a lot in analysis of Vets cricket. Mike Can unbeaten with 29 from 42 deliveries. Adrian Davies was run out for 29. Just when he was set, he came out to bat at 3. And Wales will finish up 187 for 9. They're well light of that 259 that was required for victory. A win for Australia by an attractive margin of 71 runs. They march into the next fixture with confidence. For Wales, having had a very good T20 campaign, they need to regroup and find a way of how they tackle this 45 over format. We hope you enjoyed the broadcast. Thank you for your patience. Apologies for the technical hassle that we had through the course of the day, but nothing we could do about that. Take care, and we'll see you through the course of the week for more vet cricket, over 55 international cricket from Cape Town. Have a wonderful evening or morning wherever you might be, and congratulations to Australia for pulling off the win.